Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye
Sound Candy Talk Live News.
Ujambo na karibu mpenzi mtazamaji popote ambapo unanipata. Jina langu kama siku zote naitwa Shadiza na nawakaribisha njooni nyote kwa mjadala na political open forum show of the day, and I want to welcome you with humble request saying that feel free, feel blessed and feel welcome. So as the days goes, today we'll be having a conversation. I know Bernard is not around, but he will be logging up, and I invite you Kenya so that we can have this conversation together and continuing moving on today as we are moving to also today. Many things has happened and a lot has gone on, but what I want to ask you, or what I want to invite you, is let us join up and let us have the conversation. Let us bring the Kenya to our line. Let us set up our nation to a major place whereby we will have a conversation to bring the better place of our nation. So if you are there watching, please join up the show and make sure we have going at the better place. So the number of viewers still watching is still remind the person we are here, and if the first time coming across the channel, consider subscribing up and moving on swiftly so that we can join up together. Share the live, share the link so that we can be here, general and all of us, so that we can have a conversation. Welcome back, and as we roll down, I will be bringing you with the briefings of what the topics today, whereby we will see the story of Uasin Gishu schools and other scams. Also, we'll see the crisis, and today a lot has happened. One of the things that happened today, it was when President went to visit Madare. While down Madare, some goons raised up and they brought up the violence, they steal from people until the escalation reached out to Thika Road, whereby it was so alarming and it was so bad. When I was coming from school, even we couldn't get through to town. But what I want to ask you, let us Kenyans come up, let's speak out this. But tonight, the one that is opening the show, the one is opening the floor, is the story of the one and only, the old man. We normally name him Baba. So today, Baba will open us for the floor and we'll check out the story of Baba. And if you're joining up the studio, please use the link on the comment section. Don't wait until you are later, then you'll be saying that umenifungia nje, nilikuwa nataka kuongea. Mapema ndio best. Mapema ndio best siku zote. That's how we normally agree as Gens, and that's how the Lord is. If you come late, utakuta mwana si wako. Ama si wahenga walisema hivyo kitambo. I'm not sure, but I'm not good in Swahili. Neither did I create the msemo na mezemeti ya wahenga, but they miss the wahenga when they created themselves. So if you are a Kenyan and indeed you know that you want to align our nation together, please share up the live, invite somebody to watch with, and invite somebody to be part and parcel of this so that we can roll up together as we are moving on swiftly and as we are lining up something so that we can have a good nation. So today, opening floor is the story of Raila, the one and only Baba.
African oil.
Shimolatewa Prison in Mombasa. This was Raila Odinga's home in 1982. He had just been arrested over the 1982 attempted coup against the then President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi's government at the height of the single-party dictatorship. Raila was locked up alongside George Anyona, Martin Chikuku and John Mary Seronei. Another detainee, Koigi Waomwere, had just been transferred from Manyani prison.
I was taken to Shimolatewa. I found a team, people who had gone into detention before me. And Raila was among them. I was happy to meet fellow detainees because I was no longer as lonely as when I was alone.
It is here that Koigi Waomwere, who was arrested in Nakuru, realized the government had swept all its critics into prisons dotted across the country. Back home, Raila's family was in panic. Jaramogi quickly contacted a team of young lawyers that included Kiraitu Murungi to rush to Shimolatewa and see if Raila was alive.
His father, Jaramogi Oginga, approached our offer and to try and, find out about the welfare of his son and all that. So at the moment we met him at Shimolatewa, Raila was on hunger strike. I think he had not eaten for a few days. He was a bit emaciated. And he had said, "You rather die rather than eat the insect-infected food."
With Raila on hunger strike, his health was increasingly deteriorating.
I remember asking him, what do you think Moi would think if you die? Are you not giving yourself as a present? And you better alive so that you can continue the struggle. And we had engagement with the officer in charge and other prison people, and they agreed to improve his food.
The 1982 coup took the country by surprise. A visibly shaken Moi addressed the nation.
Nataka niseme kwamba yale yaliyotokea leo asubuhi
The attempted coup turned Moi into a ruthless ruler, adopting harsh measures that included detention without trial. Raila Odinga became a frequent target.
Raila was also subjected sometimes to worse torture than the rest of us. Like when he was kept at the GSU headquarters, and he was thoroughly tortured. And I have heard it said that he was hit. If you looked at Raila, you would see sometimes his eyes would be watering. And I understand that came from being hit in the face with a chair by one of the people who were perpetrating torture against him.
Raila was a very determined person, and he's not a person to give up. Even from detention, you'd have expected somebody to be cowed by those harsh detention conditions. But Raila still came out fighting.
Certainly, he was not an armchair
politician. He wanted action. I think that was very unique about him.
Under Moi's rule, Raila was detained for more than 8 years, but he remained unbowed.
Raila was a good fighter for survival.
Released in the early 90s, Raila teamed up with the expanding and increasingly resilient pro-reforms bases, pushing Moi to open up the democratic space and cede to demands for multi-party system of government. In December 1991, President Moi caved in to the demands.
No sooner voices came that they wanted government of national unity. Then I asked myself, why did we not remain in one party?
The multi-party elections in 1992 saw Raila Odinga finally breaking into the electoral politics area, turning Nairobi's populous Langata constituency into his political bedrock, serving as MP uninterrupted for more than 20 years. As MP, Raila used Parliament as a platform to push for reforms.
In Parliament, I think what is unique about Raila was that he was able to continue with his reform credentials, very progressive politics, but at the same time, undertake developmental issues in a very difficult constituency.
In an ironic twist, Odinga dissolved his own party and joined the KANU party in what his insiders termed a change of strategy.
The very foundation of our social fabric upon which we as a nation is woven together was under immense threat of being torn apart. Division, injustice, and despair were the fruits of politics of confrontation. And sadly, the loser was king.
He kicked out J.J. Kamogo, who was the Secretary General of KANU from KANU, and he became the Secretary General of the new KANU. And that's when there was a story of the cock swallowing the tractor. So they destabilized KANU quite a bit. And then you remember 2020, the elections of 2002, he walked out with Akina Saitoti, Karonso, and then joined Kebaki.
Then came the National Rainbow Coalition.
Remember, there was an accident. Kebaki had an accident when they were campaigning, I think, on their way from Machakos. And Kebaki was effectively removed from the campaign and given that to be hospitalized in London.
The leadership that we have is a team. And the captain has been injured in the field. He's temporarily indisposed. But the rest of the team can continue with the play.
You remember Raila saying, even if the captain is injured, the match has to continue. And Raila put in a lot of energies in that campaign, Kinamundi Awori and the others. And I think that was the most peaceful campaign this country has ever seen. We were all united. This Mamboya tribalism was not there.
Midway its term, a push to a new constitution further separated Raila Odinga from Mwai Kibaki as they took opposite sides in the referendum.
Now, then the other issue now came up on the issue of now typically revising the whole Katiba now came up. Hence, the clamor for more changes in the constitution. That went on up to now, what happened in 2005.
Raila combined with Ruto and the KANU team then, and they waged a very serious campaign against us who are now were in the same government, and they defeated us in the referendum of 2005.
Defeated the referendum, a weakened President Mwai Kibaki then dissolved his cabinet.
One afternoon, everybody in ODM who was a member of that government was thrown out, and Kibaki then single-handedly now ruled, notwithstanding he won with the help of ODM.
Kibaki dissolved the cabinet, and that's how Raila Kalonzo left.
In 2007, a concerted campaign to unseat President Mwai Kibaki was mounted by Pentagon that included Raila Odinga as their presidential candidate, William Ruto, now Kenya's 5th president, Musalia Mudavadi, Joe Nyaga, and Najib Balala.
Nyaga alikwepo, Ruto alikwepo, Mudavadi alikwepo.
This election placed Kenya at the brink.
I know that the chairman of the Electoral Commission is under a lot of pressure to do this, but he would do a great justice to this nation by standing firm and for righteousness, and that if need be, resign rather than try to pronounce what is fraudulent for this country. The consequences are too grave to contemplate. So we do not want to plunge this country into chaos.
On reaching Pentagon House came the announcement. How it came out, the winner is Mwai Kibaki. We asked ourselves, how? They went ahead and swore in the man.
Nitatenda kazi zangu za urais.
Raila, I can tell you, sat down for almost 10, 12 minutes, just the way I'm like this. The way you can see me, he sat down like this for close to 10 minutes. He never said a word, he never talked to anybody, but he just sat down facing the floor for almost 10, even up to 15 minutes. When it was over, he woke up and went away. By that time, there was wailing and there was anger. William Ruto, Henry Koskei, in fury, walked away. It was anger, it was frustration, it was, why have you done this to this country? Why have you stolen the vote? And we left after a while. When I got to my residence, then came the bad news. The country was up in flames.
This marked Kenya's darkest hour.
Raila Odinga expressed his displeasure. He expressed his disagreement with the result, and he didn't mince word about it. This election was stolen.
I call upon Honorable Emilio Mwai Kibaki to exit from State House tomorrow.
We are inviting the people of Kenya to Uhuru Park tomorrow, Monday, 31st of December, 2007 at 2 p.m. for the presentation to the nation of the people's president-elect, Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga.
With the help of the international community, peace talks were convened in Nairobi with Martha Karua, Simon Ngeri, Mutula Kilonzo, and Moses Wetangula selected to represent the Party of National Unity, PNU, while ODM picked Musalia Mudavadi, William Ruto, Sally Kosgei, and James Orengo.
If we are going to resolve this issue, time is of the essence. And I want to join my brothers in appealing for calm and an immediate end to the violence.
That is the story of Baba, and I hope we have get something. And then we know that some election was stolen, and today we are here. We want to bring some things in order a little bit because the chaotic that are being speak here that happened back then. Also today we have seen some chaotics today happening whereby vurugu zilitoka Madare after president visiting Mother, I see Bernard is with us inside the studio. So for those who are still joining, use the comment section. There's the link on the comment section. Please, bonyeza hiyo kidude uingie ndani ya studio. Wacha kuchelewa. You'll get later and then uanza kusema Shadizo umenifungia nje, Shadizo ukanipea nafasi niongee. But before I bring in Bernard, I want to roll up with the video of what happened in Madare today, and then people can notice we can be on the same page of what happened on Madare today because it was so bad until the battle escalated up to Thika Road, and it was so bad, not good at all. But the Kenyans are still speaking towards it, and also we are taking towards this. I want to bring up Bernard on board, but before we bring up Bernard on board, because Bernard is already inside the studio today, let us watch this and then we'll bring Bernard inside the studio.
During and after President William Ruto's trip to Madare, Ruaraka and Roysambu areas, as rowdy youth ransacked and stole from innocent civilians going about their business. The looting, which continued unperturbed for the better part of the day, spilled over to the busy Thika superhighway after the rallies by the president, as the youth accosted motorists in private vehicles, passengers in public service vehicles, and pedestrians, stealing from them. Some matatus and private vehicles were damaged extensively, while others were forced to look for alternative routes to avoid the robbery and looting incidents.
Ndole amemkimbiza. Ona ule jamaa ameshikwa. Ule jamaa ameshikwa pale. Ona ndio hiyo.
That's how things are happening because wow, things are getting hot, and everything is on fire. So I welcome you to the show so that we can have the discussion and we see what's not happening inside our nation. Let me bring up Bernard on board. Bernard, how are you?
Okay, thank you. Interesting times indeed. The president's tour around the city seems not to be well thought out as usual, and it's not well planned. So these things that are happening are as a result of, I think, the security sector not doing their homework well. If you watched the rally in Kamkunji yesterday, at a close look, you will see that the security guys, who are so many, and they had to form a barricade on the dais where the leaders were giving their speeches, and the people were pushing from the other side. And so there was a number of people who had, given the president and the speakers their back as they address the masses. So it appears that things are not being done rightly in terms of the present movement and how the safety of the people is concerned. And it's like out of a panic mode. I don't understand why is Ruto panicking and hurrying up with this kind of rallies. In my opinion, he would have done town hall meetings other than this open air without proper security plan. Secondly is the issue of the government and the scandals that are coming up by reason of the mismanagement of public funds. So the young people are saying if the big guys are stealing and walking free, why not also us, get something for ourselves? And so I can see there is a resurgence of that narrative of dynasty versus hustlers, whereby the hustlers are now punishing those who seem to have something by stealing from them forcefully, since the promises by the president did not come through. This aspect of life and operations, it springs from the root of our elections, I could say, the root of our elections, the stealing of elections and the swearing in of the wrong person every time from 2007 to date is not sitting well with the majority of Kenyans. Appreciate that clip from 2007, and you notice how the election was overturned in the glare of cameras, where it was clear who is the winner, and then you go and switch off the media and then force the chairman of the electoral commission to announce what you want, not what the people have voted. That culture has been sustained. And so there are many many people who are coming out and blaming Raila Odinga as if, especially the media, they want to make Raila Odinga as the problem. And Raila Odinga is the constant minister of handshake and joining government without being elected. But what they are not addressing is the root cause of why our elections don't give us the leaders we want. They give us the leaders that are incompetent, unable to stir up the country to prosperity, and able to cater for each and every Kenyan. And so our really problem springs from the stealing of elections, where if you can steal the presidents, what can't you steal? And if the children are like they say, monkey see, monkey do. So when the big boys or the leaders are seen celebrating theft and rejoicing in theft, then the young people are going to follow suit. And so if this is not fully addressed and well handled, we are playing with a time bomb. We are playing with a time bomb. Nobody's going to be safe, and the young people are not relenting. And so I believe William Ruto should put off those rallies around the Nairobi especially, and find a better way to deal with it. I don't see the political urgency of doing these rallies, especially every day, and then you're doing them in places where they are not secure. As the president, he needs to have town hall meetings or meetings in stadium. Why is he doing them on the corner of streets and, getting everybody from ghetto to fill up the streets? And he attempts to address them. I think he's risking even his life by exposing himself in that kind of uncontrolled uncontrolled crowd. Uncontrolled crowd is where everybody comes and there is no way to scan and be sure of who is who. Having this kind of animosity that is in the country, I think the rallies are not healthy. They are not healthy, and I think the politicians are not telling William Ruto what he needs to hear, and that is he needs to be more presidential and more careful in his dealings with Kenyans. Kenyans have had so many lies, they don't want any more. So let him just sit in the office, do the work. Kenyans will love and appreciate what he's doing. He doesn't have to go to the people and explain what he's doing. If there is need for explanation, then it is true that there is nothing being done. But if he's indeed doing something for Kenyans, Kenyans will feel it in their pocket, will feel it on their tables, and will feel it in their bank account. So the PR is too much. Like William Ruto, now that he has a memorandum of understanding with ODM, settle down and work for Kenyans, not this political appearance and political persuading of the crowds that he is working on something. Let him just work. Kenyans will see and appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard, for that contribution. Let me listen to Mama Selena. Mama Selena, how are you? Mama Lashima, can you hear me?
Yeah, can somebody else come in? I have a call. After I finish a call, I will come back. That is why I had to put myself here. Yeah, but I'm around.
Okay.
I have a prayer meeting.
But let us move on. Let us move on swiftly as we are continuing smoothly. And I want to welcome everyone. Please let us be filled on board and let us join up early as possible. Use the link on the comment section to join up. And if you are being blessed so much, use the scrolling details on the screen. Cheza kiwewe, eh? Cheza kiwewe tu kidogo, and we'll be good. I want to take this conversation to another level. Today we have seen what has happened, and Bernard has contributed to what's happening, for what's going on, and we are seeing the slaughter is going on. I know much is not in order. I know much everything is not like moving on the way the Kenyan one expecting, but now the game is changing. The game is taking another turn. That Kenyans, we need to be very, very, very careful, and we need to be very, very vigilant so that we can get to understand where is the game going, or where is the movement going. We have seen the clip that I've played that used from there, then how the election was stolen, and everything was clear out, and but the clear movement or the clear picture never came out clearly. But you see, it caused chaotic so much. So what do we think that Kenya should do so that we cannot continue getting into such a dips? We not continue getting into such a commotions, because when you say that when Ruto speaks or Raila speaks, they say that the handshake that they brought up was to unite Kenyans. It doesn't mean to destroy Kenyans. So you see, if they are saying that the handshake that they brought up is to unite Kenyans, and yet you see that some part is looking like a dividing Kenyans. So what we're supposed to do so that we can make it to make Kenyans be a better part? Let me listen to Frahabat first. Frahabat, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Shadizo. Hello, everyone. My take is that, looking at that history, I think those who do not understand the politics that this country has, we really need to go back and look at, history teaches us a lot. And, the consistency in terms of Baba sticking out his neck and his life, risking his life, not even worried about his children, his family, and those who keep on, bashing and belittling what he has done and saying, where he's betrayed, he's a con man, he's never been pro people. Most of the people who are being interviewed in that clip are people who are alive. So these are people who you can't say, oh no, they lied. These are people who can still be asked to verify what they were vouching for. It's akina Kiraitu Murungi, akina Orengo, akina Koigi Wamwere, all those people who are being interviewed. Most of them are still here, and they actually are saying things as they saw them. So I think as long as we, even with the anger that people have and they don't know where to direct it, I think it's time to sober up, try to look at the facts as they are without putting in our own expectations, putting in our own objectives. If we just are very clear in what we want to achieve and what we want to understand, then we can look at that history without smokescreen and the tribal eyes, all this baggage that we have. If we look at things clearly, we will understand where we have come from and why sometimes people concede and shake hands or sign memoranda of understanding or national accord. There's a reason for that, because if it's a question of just getting the sake of the presidency, I said the other day, look at how Ruto is. He looks so confused. He is so worried. He is so not in control if you see the way he's behaving. So if that is what presidency does to you, then you'd rather, who wants presidency if that's all Ruto can give us after the campaign, after the gearing up towards this, supporting Uhuru, coming in as the deputy, now the president, and then what? You cannot sit in your office for a single day and perform your duty as the president. Then the questions arise that what is this presidency about? And as I conclude my initial submission, I would like to agree with Bernard on the aspect, because I was also asking myself, after the signing, okay, this is not a handshake. This is a memorandum of understanding, an agreement that they have, crafted. And I thought, you would think that if Baba has agreed to work with you, yeah, and this was your greatest nemesis, you would relax. But seeing Ruto for the last 2 days, it's like elections are on, I don't know, on Friday. I don't know. It's like elections are 2 days, or the push that he has is defeating, because you'd think that he would relax now and now start to work, given that he has the backing of the largest party, the party that actually has the majority, even though it was being called the minority. They're all on your side. So you have the minority, you have the majority, and still you're on top of vehicles, risking everything, messing up in terms of security lapses. Because I remember a friend of mine wanted to go to Kikomba on Monday, and they were in a bus, and the kind of people they saw within the bus, they got so worried, they started to ask questions. Then they learned that that Ruto is opening a technical institute in Kamukunji, and so they just turned back, because they were wondering why do I have a rowdy crowd in the bus, and I'm heading to this place. So they came back. And now today we hear there are some people who wanted to go to have lunch in State House. I think Ruto, there's something that we are missing, and that is to say that, even this memorandum of understanding is not giving him the peace or the footstool that he required in order to be able to sit down and make things work. So that is my initial submission on observation of what is happening. And I'm still here.
Thank you, Frabat, for that. Before I bring in General, let us watch this and then General will pick it from there.
Approved the dualling of the 175-kilometer Rironi-Mau Summit Road, with the project expected to kick off in June this year as the government moves to ease traffic congestion on the busy road. This comes as President William Ruto made more promises while launching several projects in Nairobi County as he continued to drum up support for the handshake deal between him and the former Premier Raila Odinga. Our political affairs reporter Emmanuel Tor was on the trail and prepared the following report.
The note by the cabinet meeting, which was held Tuesday morning at State House, Nairobi, could be a sigh of relief for thousands of passengers plying the busy Nairobi Western Region route. In a cabinet communique sent to newsrooms, the cabinet gave a green light for the multi-billion shilling 175-kilometer Rironi-Mau Summit Road, which is expected to kick off on the 1st of June, just 2.5 months away. The project is expected to be completed by June 2027 as the government tries to unlock the traffic snarl-up experienced especially during festive seasons when many Kenyans travel up country. The cabinet decision comes months after the president announced the government would expand the Nairobi-Nakuru-Malaba highway under a public-private partnership program. Cabinet also ratified the construction of the Bomas International Convention Complex, which will begin in 2 weeks to transform the facility into a world-class conferencing hub. The government also promised to conclude the construction of the Talanta Hela Stadium at Jamhuri Park, Nairobi, saying it will be completed by the end of this year, stating that works are currently at 40% completion. This as the president also okayed several projects to the Nyanza region in a move seen as the first tranche of the broad-based goodies to the region, with the cabinet approving the elevation of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital to a national teaching and referral facility, upgrading of Siaya Institute of Technology, Bumbe Technical Training Institute, Kipsoen Technical and Vocational College, and Kisiwa Technical Training Institute to National Polytechnic status.
Warakam Jambo!
After the meeting, the president then made his way to Mathare constituency, where he launched several projects while promising others, including one that will bolster the dish in a county menu.
Sasa napika chapati milioni moja. Nitaomba rais anisaidie na machine ya kutengeneza chapo, ndio hiyo? Ninunue machine ya kutengeneza chapo. Na nimekubali nitamnunulia machine ya kutengeneza chapo. Sasa wewe gavana, tafuta mahali ya kununua machine ya kutengeneza chapo milioni moja.
The head of state, who was accompanied by more ODM legislators from Nairobi County, also defending his handshake with ODM Supremo Raila Odinga.
Tumekubaliana kama viongozi wa Kenya ya kwamba tuache ukabila, tuache chuki, tuache migawanyiko, tuache ubaguzi. Kenya ni moja.
Lazima tuwe nchi moja, taifa moja, tuachane na ubaguzi wa vyama, ya ukabila, ya dini.
Kazi kwa vijana, 18,000 jobs. Vijana mwende kwa DCC, muandikishe majina zenu, upate hiyo kazi. Sawa sawa.
Rais ametengeneza mambo ya mashule. Hapa Mathare mixed, ataweka darasa 6 na atawaletea basi moja.
President Ruto also announced the gazettement of 6 sub-counties in Nairobi, as he also made several stopovers in Ruaraka constituency. It is a simple game of numbers, one that could turn very complicated with poor planning, and President William Ruto has now decided to stop.
That's how things are on the ground. I want to welcome in General.
Yes, sijui kama unaweza nisikiza.
Tunakupata vizuri kabisa, tuende mbele.
Very well. I would be superficial in making my contribution right now, and I would comment about the issue of the violence that was seen today on Thika Road, Juja Road, and even Outer Ring Road. I think it is very unfortunate that this was happening, but anyone who lives in Nairobi on the eastern side could see that this was a possibility. I could remember the 2023 when we had the Mandamanos. There was one that would start at Jacaranda grounds. I live in Donholm. So when Mandamano was at Jacaranda grounds, we would have people stealing in Donholm, Umoja, and the surrounding areas. So you see, people in Nairobi are mixed up, and there are those who only wait for opportunities to to get out there and do all the crimes they want to do. So an opportunity like that, anyone like me knew that such a thing would happen. And since this is going to be a week-long thing, you won't be surprised if you see this tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Or it is not the issue of security lapse, because even if you would send police officers to go on the ground to clear those people, the only thing they will do is shooting them. How would you do that if the president is around? At the same time, these crowds are mainly hired crowds. You know, the political system in Kenya, the host being Governor Sakaja, most of these people are hired to come there, and they are in the influence of drugs, they are in the influence of their own characters, and the expectations are so high that they will do such kind of things. And even, I believe even yesterday, such were witnessed, although there was not as much coverage as which was witnessed today. So I think this is a culture of many people who live in Nairobi. They want opportunities to get out there, and they're never in the crowd where the president is addressing. They are doing their things on their own, and there are so many such that they can command a bigger area, steal seamlessly, and go. Without being addressed or being arrested or anything happening to them, because they have that cover of the group and they were hired. You know how our politicians behave. What if any of them was arrested? They would not even sleep in those police cells. They would get out. So this, I don't think, if you're going to blame it on Ruto, honestly, that would be very inappropriate. We would blame it on the governor and our culture, because we have that culture. I see it every other time, because every other time we have demonstrations around here, I would see guys coming to Donholm and walking around and doing things, beating people, mugging, and so forth. And the last thing that I would like to comment about is the president moving around in Nairobi with rallies and so forth. I don't think it is not definitive that the president should working from Harambe House or State House or anywhere. He's out here starting and launching certain projects. He has visited schools. So I think it's just fair enough that that is part of his work. And this is not a confirmation that he's packed with Raila Odinga. Is probably a week, because you can see the other team is also moving around every weekend. They go to every funeral, every church, every wedding to serialize the agenda of saying how much Ruto is bad. So I think Ruto getting out is not any offense. And we saw him in ending the year in Nyanza. He came back, he went to Western, he went to the coast, he went to the Eastern, he went to the Western Kenya, and now he's in Nairobi. So I think it would be very, as much as I know everyone now says how bad he is, this is just an opportunity to do what he's supposed to do. Whether this is not going to win him another chance in 2027, whether it is going to win him another chance in 2027, it doesn't make him look like a bad politician just because he's getting out there instead of staying at the State House, because any other president in the past, like Uhuru Kenyatta, would also do such things. And now that Nairobi has been Raila's background for some reasons, with him walking around with his members of parliament, trying to resonate with the people, and trying to harmonize the fact that, and his call is that he's mentioning the members of parliament, and at the end of the day, he would say that we are now one team. So I think that is the big agenda that is taking him out to speak to the people of Nairobi, and we are just 2 days into it. We would like to see what happens in the coming days and the outcome of this. Nairobi tour. We would see if that would bring a difference in Nairobi, because we have the issue of when it rains, you know how it happens. There are a lot of garbage everywhere, a lot of dirt, a lot of. Nairobi is totally dirty. So him walking around, in my personal view, the only thing that I would expect in return is the push that Sakaja as the governor to ensure that we get a new face of Nairobi, so that when it rains, because we are getting into the rainy season, our kids are able to go to school, and we can use the roads. People can live in their houses, people can walk in town without having to be into floods and so forth. So that would be my superficial contribution at this moment. I'll be staying around to see if I get another chance. Thank you.
Thank you for that contribution. Let me listen to Lala. Lala, how are you?
Oh, Shadizo, it's good to see you, Bernard, Mama Selena, General, and Furaha Bird. First, I just want to make a comment on Generali. I think I agree with you to an extent, but number one, I think Ruto has two wars that he is trying to fight. One now with the Kenyans, the second one with Raila. Because they are together now, I think he also does not want to be overshadowed. So I think he's acting in a way that does not make sense because of perhaps insecurity, inferiority, whatever you want to call it. Because going to make such meetings, even though he's got the right to do it, you have to think through, what message are you sending, and what is the purpose for it? So if he knew generally what you stated, that there would be such kind of a reaction, then why would he do it? Okay, why could he use other method of doing it, or why could he wait for the right time? So my thinking is that I think he's acting in a way to first of all show that I'm still the president. Okay, so he's never had he has never stepped into that office because of the way he got in there, and that is, I think, the danger. When I think my sister Furaha, talked about the way you see him, the way he's acting. If that is how it is to be a president, then why would one become one? And I think the answer is very simple, because this man got there when he knows very well that somebody else should have been on that seat. So that fire is still burning him. So I think he's fighting so many demons, one's on the inside and outside. So he's never at peace. So that is, I think, my comment regarding the way things are going on, because standing, campaign mode, to me shows somebody who is not very comfortable. When actually you already got a partner. Right now, you should have been at the office, send people to do things, so you don't have to. You only act when you are very sure of the next move. But is somebody who benefits from all the intelligence, and so you should be able to know when and what not to do at any given time. So in that sense, I think he still has to blame for all this. My position has never changed. I've not been very keen. Some of you knew I was away. I just got back probably early this morning to another country, and I was so much into that country. So I don't have the latest information, but based on what I see happening, based on some of the clips that I've seen coming out of Kenya, I think we are at a time bomb, a ticking bomb. Okay, and I think a lot of things need to take place here. Because when I saw the robbery and all that, and I'm imagining, don't think it's just simply, rowdy kids, doing that. That may be there, but I'm sure there's some very organized group there. And of course, the inspiration must come from the fact that they know something is wrong. Why are we the one who have to follow the laws and not those up there, the president and above? So I think there is that discontentment, and there is the feeling that the country is running away from us. Something is wrong, and it is something has to happen. I think the preachers got to start preaching. The prayers need to be going. Something has to happen. The church, of course, has not done its work well. We are still stuck. I think I listened to a clip of a pastor who spoke, I think, the right thing. And some pastors talking about that the church has not learned its lesson. They are back into money now big money. And of course that minister in Jesus Winner, whatever his name, the way he spoke shows that is quite insensitive to the feeling of the people. And it's as if instead of helping, being quiet, is out there speaking, provoking the people. So my point here is there's a lot of frustration, there's a lot of anger, there's a lot of it's almost like gasoline that needs just a little spark, and it may go out of control. We cannot control it. And I think it's Bernard, you shared, I think, a clip of what's happening in Morocco. Young people trying to rush to Europe, Africans, and they're treated like animals. And to me, I'm just wondering whether countries like Morocco are really part of Africa, why they should be part of AU if they can let the people treated like that. That is a horror, and I think everyone should see that clip. And it is please look at it and let other people know. We cannot be part of an AU that treat your people like trash, like garbage, like non-human. And I'm told, I think the clip there talks of 700 people killed, and you can see exactly what's happening to a human being. And those are Africans in an African country. I mean, Morocco, those are Morocco police doing that to fellow Africans. I mean, that's, to me, is so sad. And what's happening in Kenya, what we are doing to our people, especially the corruption and lack of resources reaching the right people, is what creates situation like that, where people have to flee, be refugees in other countries. And I think we must do something quickly. So I think I will wait. I will listen to all of us. But that's my introduction. As I come back, that there's a lot of anger, there's a lot of frustration in people, and Ruto is not helping at all. He's not. So I don't know how they're going to work it out. But to me, I thought stabilizing things and calling perhaps an election, reorganization of a country, I think may make a lot of sense. And lastly, of course, there are people that are blaming Baba, okay? And it is so interesting that there are some of them that have been praising Baba. All of a sudden now they have change tune. I think somebody called him a watermelon that is into money and into that. And these are the wrong people. These are the people that are always pretending to be reformers, to be fighting for us, but inside of them is something else. So I think we have wrong leaders out there. Baba is Baba. We know him, and as somebody who knows something about a war, okay, a fight, when you are strategizing, there's a conflict. You want somebody inside and outside, okay? You can fight to win any major battle. You must find yourself on the inside, okay? And also outside. And the Baba's wars have been that way. When he went to Kanu, he was on the inside. Other times he was outside. So if you know him, the kind of person he is, we know what it's all about. Ruto cannot change Baba, okay? If Baba's never been changed all these years, why would we think he's going to change, okay? People like Gachagua, okay, just the other few months ago, he was on the other side, strategizing how those Mandamano guys young people are being killed on the street. Now is part of they're supposed to be the reformers trying to clean the government. I mean, whom are we bluffing? It's a joke. Guys, let's open our eyes. So when you hear these people, casting, calling Baba name, let's point out that these people do not mean well for the nation. Baba may have a different strategy, okay, going there, but for us to know what Baba thinks and what Baba's done, I think it's a big mistake. That he sold us. I don't think he has sold us. He has not sold anybody, okay? And I think there's some people on our side who are the ones who are selling us. That's what, let me say that. We'll stop there and wait for others to disagree or agree with me. Back to you, Shadizo.
Thank you, Lala, for that submission. Indeed, we are moving on swiftly. And I want to urge people, for those who are joining up the show, because in the next few minutes, Douglas will be taking us to another level. But before we bring up that one, I want we roll up as we are moving on swiftly, checking out every point and every details. As we're still talking about the story of elections and story of what the story of stealing and people being killed. Also, another tonight happened today that we'll be also checking out that people were shot.
Before we move to the next story, please let me respond to General and his take on security. The security of the president is not supposed to be left to chance. What I saw in Kamkunji is not presidential. Before the president goes in any place, be it on the roadside or in an estate, that estate is comped by security, is supposed to be comped by security forces. They need to be sure that there is nothing that can threaten the life of the president or the entourage of the president before he's cleared to go to that particular place. So what we are seeing is impromptu, is reactive. Security is not done that way. Like what I saw in Kamkunji, they are holding hands, the red beret, the green beret, the plainclothes police, they are holding hands like what we do in PE, what we used to do in PE in primary school, that they are securing the podium where the president is. What kind of security is that? And the people are charging, coming towards the dais. So they are not looking like they were prepared for this particular movement. And that is why the lawbreakers are taking advantage of that. We have had meetings in Kamkunji, the Azimio rallies, that the government refused to provide security. The security that was offered by the Jeshi la Baba and the other people, everybody was safe. The Mamambogas were selling their things. Bama did not close, the shops did not close, and we had a mammoth of crowd where in Kamkunji. So what we have here is an haphazard approach towards the movement of the president, and that is a very dangerous move, especially when the president is not as popular as it is looking right now. It is dangerous because anybody can take advantage of those lapses and take on the life of the president. It is that bad. And so I don't think we should excuse the security apparatus for the haphazard things that are taking place. Those people who are robbing in cars, they're doing it in, in broad daylight. It's not dark. They're not waiting when the rally is over. They are doing it concurrently. That means there is a security lapses. People are not afraid of the presence of the police, or the police are not doing their work in securing the place before the president goes and after the president has left. To me, it's not a matter of culture. It is a matter of security being weak. And the capital city, Nairobi, is supposed to be having the kind of security that people are free to walk on the street. We can't have a city whereby that because there's a rally, anybody can jump on anybody and pick their phones and pick their things. That is inexcusable. Then that is not also in the docket of the governor. The governor has his inspectorate for enforcing the bylaws, but the security of the country is still under the national government. So blaming Sagaja, that is an overstepping, in my opinion. On the other hand, Sakaja and Ruto talking about machine for producing chapatis. Now that is how trivial we have become. Okay, well, it is to me, it's embarrassing, to say the least, that we go out there to the rally to donate machines for making chapatis. I mean, what was the relationship between the rallies and the machine for chapatis? William Ruto, I still repeat, he should stay in the office, formulate policies, roll out those policies, let the lives of Kenyans be touched by the decisions he's making. He should stop all this launching and these handouts. They are not helping. They are used as a camouflage to deceive that things are working when nothing is working. You don't need to go to Kamkunji, then go to Madare, then go to Ruaraka. I mean, what are you doing? All those people are in the same region. It's in the same wherever aspect. So it just, if he wants to take a tour, he can take a tour. But to claim that he's having a development tour, that is wherever, taking development to Madare, then take development to Ruaraka, take development to wherever, Kamkunji, launching polytechnic, launching sijui primary school, sijui classroom. Hiyo sio kazi yake. Hiyo ni kazi ya governor, MP na MCA. Yeye anapaswa kufanya kazi ya nini? Ya kuformulate, atoe policies ambazo zitahakikisha kwamba hizo pesa hata zikikuwa devolved or zikitumwa katika hizo shule zinatumika ipasavyo. So hii tunayokuwa treated nayo is just PR. And then also look at the way the media is screwed, okay? Trying to create what is not there. It was made very clear there is no coalition between ODM and UDA. They only signed a memorandum of understanding. What is the media calling it? Handshake. The ordinary handshake of Raila and Ruto and all that. They are pushing a narrative that is not there, so that, and I believe William Ruto wants to take advantage of that, to send a message that now they're in agreement with Raila Odinga. They are in one party. They are doing the same thing together. And so the nation should be prepared for a Raila Ruto leadership kind of, or power sharing. I think it's just a matter of somebody wanting to deceive again the masses of what is not there. listening to what Raila said in Kiambu, he said he did not go to Ruto. It is Ruto that went to him. Okay. And he says they only signed a memorandum of understanding to address the painful, or rather the outstanding issues that are paining Kenyans: over taxation, the failure of SHA, the education issues, the cost of living, all that. That's the reason for the memorandum of understanding. It was not for political agreement, so that ODM now supports UDA at all in everything, and so he has to kind of go and campaign for Ruto. To me, is deceptive. It is uncalled for. What I will insist on is that the president's security is compromised, and if he doesn't take time, he will have himself to blame. The insecurities the people are feeling by reason of him moving around the city, it is not far from himself. It's not far from himself. He needs to understand that those people being robbed, they are not any peculiar. Next time it will be him being robbed or being ransacked and thrown around. And quickly also on the Nini, I'm signing out. Tomorrow I have a very early show in the morning. I'll be alerting you when it begins. In one of the stations, will alert you later. And let me just respond to Putney. Putney addressed me on this. He says, I have an issue with the people of Western. They should rally themselves behind Natembea and leave this Tom and Jerry game. Interesting. And I appreciate Putney for bringing up that. Natembea is a leader in his own capacity, but in my opinion, he needs to spread his tentacles, and I think he badly needs a second term as a governor. And so if he gets into national politics right now, he may just dim his star. That's my opinion. But given a chance, he can deliver. Given a chance, he can deliver. He has brains. He has the passion and the commitment, especially on the people. Like you see his approach in the revamping agriculture in Trans Nzoia by distributing seed wherever the seeds for wakulima to go and plant. And then, of course, that alleviation of poverty. I think there is a program of building houses for each and every resident of Trans Nzoia, those that are living in wherever the poverty-stricken state. So he's pro-people, he's pro-change, and he will provide leadership, especially for the Western people. But also, on the other hand, this rallying behind has been our problem. And I wouldn't want to repeat the same, because the Luyas, or rather Western Kenya, rallying behind wherever Natembea is not different from the mountain rallying behind Gachagua. Then what happens? It will be Gachagua and Natembea to agree on how Kenya will be. At the end of the day, the other parts of Kenya are going to be disadvantaged. I would want us to separate local politics with national politics, so that the people who are really nationalistic and believe in nationalism are the ones running for the national offices. But this aspect of getting a village mind into State House, and now he begins to turn the State House into a village, that needs to stop. And how do we stop it? By letting Kenyans separate the two elections. Let's have, when we're doing national politics, we do national politics. When we're doing local politics, we do local politics. But this aspect of presetting on how you win by putting together, let's get the Kisses to work together with the Maasais and then the Luos, and then they will make enough numbers. Then they will look for the Kambas to add on their numbers. Then they go and convince the Merus to add on their numbers. So that by the time you're going to the elections, we are not going to we are not going to pick who is the best. We are going there with a preset outcome. that so and so has to pass because he has put together this tribal arrangement to support them. I would that we should leave that, and if there's anything I would want to propose for the new to the parliament, I think these elections should be separated. The presidential elections should be separated from these other seats, so that the campaigns for this particular national or politics needs to have a new redefinition, whereby people will now think of Kenya. But if we ramp them together, that's where we go to vote what they call three-piece suit or six-piece suit and all that. And in the process, we are voting tribes, we are voting Mutwetu, we are voting our political party at the expense of the quality of leadership that is needed. So national politics needs to be played differently as a lesson to Kenyans, as well as a way of, activating the Kenyans to think Kenya. If we separated the elections and the elections are done at a different, like we finish all these other elections, then these ones will come later, so that when we concentrate on the presidency, everybody will begin to think Kenya, think the welfare of Kenyans, and which part of Kenya and what part of Kenya requires what, and who is the best candidate for the same. And by the way, I saw Ruben Kagame, I think Ruben Kigame is in the race already. I have seen his online campaigns starting. He's a sharp guy, and he should also be considered when it comes to national politics. Let's use the best brains we have, the best capacity we have, and seize this mediocre presidency and mediocre leadership. From there, I rest my case unless there is any question arising. Otherwise, I just want to remind us, please, let's support the channel, and don't forget to support Frank. We need to keep him running. Of course, he must have peace of mind for him to stay in class and learn what he needs to learn. So let's not relent, and keep up with the sharing the the live, get more people to join. Don't wait to be told. Let's just play our role as leaders and function in the best interest of the Kenyan people and getting, of course, Kenya fixed. But in the meantime, Baba said the MOU is just a bridge to take us from where we are to so that we can safely get to 2027. It has nothing to do with how 2027 will be. And from the look of things, this MOU is not going to last for long. And probably that is why Ruto is panicking, and he wants to make good use of it before it falls apart. In the meantime, hakikisha watu wanapata IDs, watu wanaregister as voters, wanashinikiza IBC, na msiache wabunge wachague IBC. Wale macommissioners wakifanyiwa vetting, jitokeze, peleka maoni yako. Tusikuwe na commission ingine ambayo iko na chepukati ndani. Mtu anakuja number 8 anapewa chairman, na yule amekuja number 1 anaambiwa kuwa assistant. So how do you take let me not finish that. Thank you. Good night. See you later.
And thank you very much for that mission indeed. I've summarized up a little bit, but we're still moving on swiftly, and I hope some people are being responded to. And the thing Bernard spoke about the security. Kenyans who have been not for the best security, but today, Bernard, I want to promise you, I was on the ground, and the funny thing, the patrol, the flying squad at the GSO responded. They responded with even without the uniforms, because when you see the video clip clearly, you don't see anybody inside a uniform, meaning that everything was not planned. So it was like just an ambush, and then they called the cops come out. So they came out even without the uniforms. That's how the matter was. So anything was not arranged. That's how things are working out now in Kenya. As we are moving on swiftly, there are other things that we need.
Just Shadizo.
Yes.
Just two takes from the submission that General made, you see, he was talking about maandamanos and demonstrations and protests. As opposed to, you see, this was not a protest, this was not a maandamano, this was a presidential meeting. So I think the comparison doesn't come in place. When we go for maandamanos, we go for protests, okay, the hooligans take advantage. But you see, this is a presidential meeting. It shouldn't be equalized to maandamanos where you have people robbing each other. If it was like, let's say even Madaraka Day or any official gathering that the president goes to, there's a lot of planning and you don't find the kind of mayhem that happened. Some of it yesterday and today it worsened. And of course, there's also mobilization, like he said. And the only other point I wanted to say is that he was saying even Uhuru was not operating from the office, because we also have to be careful as the employers of the president, because sometimes we forget and we think these are our bosses, yet these are our employees. We should know the job description. Did we employ Ruto to go and open all the technical schools in the country, to launch water projects? Is that really what we employed Ruto to do? And I remember even Uhuru calling him Tanga Tanga. So Uhuru wasn't doing the same thing that Ruto is doing. And even if we were to do a comparison, I think one of the best presidents who has worked in this country, would be Kibaki. And Kibaki was rarely outside there, because what we want is results. And we don't think he's going out to launch projects. He's going on the vehicles, on top of vehicles, to promise us things. He can promise us from anywhere, even sitting in his office, rather than come out here and cause commotion. There are people who haven't worked 2 days because the vicinity of those areas are just similar. So I think as much as we want to say that the president has leeway to do some of these things, I think we also, as the employers, we are asking ourselves, what is your job description? We want you to do the things we employed you to do, and let some small things like launching of projects be done by, at the level at which they are. Some can be done by MPs, some can be done by governors, some can even be done by MCAs, for God's sake. I think we have to want much more as Kenyans. We must put these people to accountability. The moment we relax and they can do anything they want, and we think they are our bosses and they have the right to do whatever they want, I think that is where we lose it. We should have a checklist. We should have a job description. My MCA, this is your boundary. And if there's delegation of power correctly, some of these things will lose their excitement. I think that's only what I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And I hope you're moving swiftly. Please invite somebody to watch with, somebody to be part and parcel of this, so that we can continue bringing Kenya to a board where we are moving on swiftly, like Kenyans who are patriotic indeed. I want to watch out this, then I will bring up also setting up the conversation to another level. Let us watch out this.
Families in Kisii County are demanding justice after their loved ones were fatally shot over alleged robbery claims, accusations they strongly deny. They insist the victims had no criminal history and were instead caught in a deadly fallout linked to a love triangle. One of the victims, a woman, was also killed in the Thursday shooting. Laura Otieno reports.
A cloud of grief hangs over the home of Samson Momanyi, where friends and family have gathered to plan the burial of his son. Christopher Nyaseti was among the 4 people fatally shot last Thursday at Marani Center, a tragedy authorities initially labeled a botched robbery. However, the family strongly disputes this claim, insisting Nyaseti was simply there to pick up his girlfriend from a shop when he was caught in the deadly chaos.
Sasa sijui ni nini ilitendeka huko, ndio wakasema ati wishi ilifanyika huko, na hiyo wishi hatujaiona. Sasa wakaamua wakuje nyumbani. Hawakujua kama wanafuatwa na askari.
Waliwasachi ile kitu walipata kwa mifuko yao, nikiwa ninaangalia na macho yangu, simu, vibeti, kifunguo na mashini hizi za kunyoa watu.
The three others who lost their lives in the shooting are Ezra Gishana, Finley Omondi, and Masi Nyabuke, having left their families devastated and demanding answers. Grieving loved ones are now calling on authorities to launch a thorough investigation into the circumstances surrounding the fatal incident.
Inawezekanaje sababu hajaikuwa na an incident of such magnitude kwamba itibidi etieni ni mwizi ama gangsters they claimed. The police wameua ndugu zetu and again wamewaccuse wrongly.
The bodies are lying at the Marani Hospital morgue as families await justice and closure. Laura Otieno, Citizen TV.
That's how things are on the ground. Things are not moving on swiftly the way people expecting, but this is how things are, and this is the reality of the matter. I want to listen from you. Let me listen to from. Let me begin with General. General, how are you? What can you add up on that?
I'm pretty well. Oh, you see, I'm following a very unsuccessful Liverpool game, but I'm also here. So here's the deal. I've heard the rebuttal from the panelists you're having here about my comment regarding the conduct of the youth in the rally. But one thing that I would tell you, the same people who attended the rallies yesterday and today, and the one that they will attend tomorrow, are the same people who would show up during Mandaman. I'm 100% sure about that. And they carry the same character. So this is expected in Nairobi. So away from that, it is unfortunate about what the video you've just played. But you now see most of these things following up to get justice to those who are in question becomes difficult, because if you look at it, the reporting by the police is that this was a botched robbery. So that is the end of it all. And as we live in this country, in most cases, I always say and believe that we should take care of ourselves. That is the beginning of it all. Because if anything happens and you are shot by the police, the stories that will come after you could, yesterday, or I think it was yesterday, the demonstration by the multimedia university students on those sides of Langata or Ngong area. The report by the police was different from the claim by the students. And now getting justice in such a case becomes difficult because the investigators are the police and their report is different from your report. So to live and survive in this country, just try to be safe. Don't be in a place where your security and safety is compromised, because that is the setting that we have here in Africa. That is the truth. So the only way to take care of yourself and to minimize these issues as much as possible, it is our responsibility to ensure that we are in places where our safety, our security is not at extreme compromise. Let me tell you a story. One day, it was in the evening, and I was going to Madare. I think that was my last time, and probably I'm not planning to go there again. It was in the evening, and I had to use a motorbike from Outer Ring Road, because I didn't know the place. So I ended up next to a school, I think named TJ Kajuang. I think there is a school of that sort in that area. And when I got there, the friend who was coming to pick me told me that if you walk here alone, you will be marked. Your phone will be taken, your clothes will be taken, and you'll be beaten. But if you walk with me, you are safe. And you tell me, look at those guys, that corner, they're smoking. So going to places where you know your safety is compromised, especially in Nairobi or in Kenya at large, I think the first responsibility that we take is to ensure that that does not happen. Now lives are lost. Nobody's going to account for that. Justice is a 50-50 thing in such a case, and it is sad that now families are going to bury their people and the story is going to end like that. That remains to be the status of Kenya and Africa by extension. So it is so unfortunate, and we wish that the families may get the strength during this time, and we pray that if there is a possibility, justice is served to the affected families. I would end there. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me listen for Rabad, and then if Mama Sel will conclude amemaliza call ataingia. Rabad.
Yes. Yeah. Just one last time, I'll say that the president has a responsibility to all the people who are losing, who are losing their property and who are being mugged. If he cares, because this is not a demonstration, these are not mandamanos. If these are presidential rallies and he's for the people, I think better in terms of security. Going to the issue of the murders of the young people, you see, even if police say that these were robbers, you see, you only shoot to kill if your life is threatened. If your life is in danger as a policeman, as a police officer, your life has to be in dire danger, not just even danger, because even the threat has to be equal to the force that you use. If I'm just throwing a stone at you, you're not allowed to take your gun and shoot me. If you can stop me by other means. So you see, just like General has said, the police are the ones who are going to investigate these issues. And once they have said, that these were armed robbers, that, the robbery, maybe they'll say it was robbery with violence, but still the law does give opportunity for these people to be heard. But now there are no more. So we can't verify what the police are saying, because where are the witnesses? The people who are supposed to be charged are already dead. So that is we handle our matters in Kenya. It is unlawful. It is a crime. Activists have come up now and again. Civilians, people who've lost their loved ones. You remember the case of this, the one who got lost in the KWS in Nakuru, and you're sure this is what happened, and the police, the investigative bodies are saying a different story, and it's their word or nothing. Even the people who have evidence or who are witnesses, their storylines are just killed in the process. So I think it's very unfortunate, because if nothing changes, some of the things that we want to change is police brutality. We don't want police to be killing people just because. You can't just take a life, no matter, because that's what you're trained for, to be able to bring these people to book without necessarily killing them. If they are at fault, if they were in a robbery, then they need to come before court, and the court determines what is the just punishment for whatever crime they were committing. Yeah. So I think in terms of police management. IPOA is there, but you know, I don't think it works. It has a lot of authority on how it can handle the cases that go before it when it's against the officers. So we are still far way off in terms of justice against police brutality. That's what I'd say for now, Shadiza.
Thank you for the submission, Mama Selina. Are you ready now?
Yes, thank you so much. Nimewasikiza. Karibu ninashikana na furaha ya kwamba serikali ama rais naona alikuwa now I don't know, kuna rally, kuna maandamano, kuna kazi. Na wakati serikali ina launch project ama rais anaenda kusundua ama anaenda mkutano, naona kuna vijana, kuna watu walikuwa wanachukua vitu kama kuipa, lakini sasa turudi nje kama Tanzania. Unajua pia wananchi lazima tukue na protocol, lazima tuwe na heshima, kwa sababu serikali ama police, serikali ako na jukumu ya kutulinda na kuturekebisha. Lakini sisi wa Kenya, ukisema rais ana ruhusa ya kutembea Nairobi ama kufanya mkutano Nairobi ama kufanya kazi zake Nairobi kwa sababu si maandamano ama si mkutano, hiyo ni kumaanisha nini? Kwa sababu end of the day the government has to do the job. Wasipofanya kazi after 2027 wataulizwa mlifanya nini. Kama alikuwa amealikwa for example, na kama alikuwa Kamukunji, tuliona member of parliament ya Kamukunji alikuwa pale, councillors walikuwa pale, na MPs wa Nairobi walikuwa pale. So tena leo amekuwa Mathare na amekuwa wapi? Amekuwa sehemu mbili, and they are all members of parliament. Hata niliona women rep na kaona governor. Sasa nikaona watu wengine wanasema hiyo site rais ameenda ni huko kwa Mathare, wapi ameenda ni ile site ya opposition ama ni site ya wale Keto. But please, now tunakawanya Kenya aje? Serikali itafanya kazi aje? I really wanted to know, because kama haikukuwa rally, alikuwa ameenda kufanya kazi. Sasa jameni, tutaambia rais, tutamupangia vile anaenda. Haya, niliona wanasema security haikukua. Niliona watoto ya shule alienda kulonj, nikaona wasichana ya shule wakiimba, nikaona wakitembea kwa shule. Hiyo ingine ya nje, hiyo ya baadaye ya nje inakuanga hivyo. Lakini sasa Kenya yetu, ukienda kama Tanzania, polisi anakuambia ndugu, nataka nikushike, na anaambia mtu chenye amefanya. Kenya yetu inategemea vile tulianzisha nchi yetu. Mwalimu Nyerere alisoesha wa Tanzania na raia ya Tanzania wakaheshimu serikali yao, naye serikali ikaheshimu wananchi, kwa sababu ukienda kushika mtu hawezi kurusha mawe, hawezi kukupika nini, atachukuliwa, anapelekwa kwa polisi, baadaye anapelekwa kotini. Sasa Kenya, sisi raia wako na punduki. Raia kama sasa, hata sahi mwishi akifanya, kama mtu ni mwishi, mwananchi anasema hapana, hakukuwa mwishi, ni serikali tu amekuja kuchukua. So sisi tungetaka, unajua today ni Ruto, tomorrow tutakuwa na another president, na ni 2 years, na ule mwingine atakuja hivyo hivyo. Tusipobadilisha, akianza tena kwenda, kama mambo haitaenda vizuri, wataanza tena kufanya the same. Tunaweza kaa chini kama Wakenya, tuweke makosa ni makosa, police kama raia amefanya makosa, bila injustice, ukishika mtu bila kurushiwa mawe kama askari, bila kushautiwa, wacha mtu apelekwe kwa polisi. Inasemekana kwa katiba ya Kenya uwezi lala kwa cell more than 24 hours. Mtu apelekwe, apukiwe kwa OP, na kama ni kupelekwa kotini, apelekwe kesho yake. Na kama si kesi ya kwenda kotini, apatiwe pon, arudi baadaye. Hapo ndio tutatengeneza nchi yetu. Lakini sasa tunataka kuchukua kila kitu kwa mkono. Serikali iko. Serikali haiwezi pembeleza, hatukupeleka police training Kikanjo, amujui vile wame train. Kuna Jeshu, kuna mtu nasikia Red Company, kuna Army. Hiyo watu kuna wakati wanasikia vile tunasema kama raia, lakini kuna wakati hata wewe mwenye tunaitwa raia, kuna wakati wanaweza kutufamia, especially watu hiyo naitwa Red ama Jeshu ama hata Army. Kuna siku wanaambianga hata polisi wakuwe raia. Saa hiyo ndio Wakenya tutajua kumbe kuna serikali. Unajua saa hii tumekuwa friendly. Tunatusi viongozi, tunawachibu, polisi ndio hawa, raia ndio hawa, vijana ndio hawa. Lakini Wakenya tujue vile tunapeleka nchi yetu. Nilisikia leo baba akiwa Kiambu, akienda mashishi ya rafiki yake, ndugu yake. Na niliona walisikiza, nikaona walikuwa na heshima na aliongea. Baada ya hiyo akataja mambo ya hii prespel, hii government waliunda. Na akasema mnataka tufanye aje? Usipoingia ndani ndio urekebishe mambo. Nyinyi wa Kenya mnataka nini? So sometimes sisi nchi ni yetu. Na Kenya ikiharibika, inaharibika kwa sisi wote. Wale tuko ndani, wale tuko nje. Ndio sababu walisema itakuta waliyekuwemo na wasiyekuwemo. Tusipochunga nchi. Saa hii Ruto akaesa wacha na kusema amepeana kwa sababu yeye ndiye anapeana. Akipeana kwa jeshi saa hii, vile nilisikia Kamau wa Raila. Baba alisema msiseme hiyo ni mimi. Hiyo Kamau ya Raila alisema tukisukuma huyu mtu aamuke siku moja na kusema amepatia nchi jeshi. Jeshi hawezi kuja kuchukua after 3 months anawaita na kusema kuja chukua. Itachukua muda kurekebisha na kunyorosha watu. Na wacha kusema ati wameipa. Watanyang'anya wale wako naye na wala hawana. Mpaka siku yenye tutalia. Serikali ni afadhali kama batu iko kwa mkono ya raia. Tunaweza cheza, tunaweza badilisha president, wanaweza ipa kura, wanaweza fanya nini na nchi yetu batu tuko. Lakini ikifika mahali hatutajua, Wakenya tutakuja tukilia sisi wote. Asante.
Asante Mama Selina. Before we continue, nataka tu kuamkua sijui ni nyinyi mnanikaribisha kwenye show. I'm not going to change the conversation. I'm just going to sink in and try to understand what you people are talking about. But in the meantime, sijui what was the order, who was coming in, but hello Furahabad na Real Generali Kenya na Mama Selina. I hope you people are fine. If you can hear me, since I'm on camera, I would have asked you to wave, but anyway. Yes, Furahabad. Hi. Real Generali. Mama Selina. Okay. So what Marcelina namna gani? Your mic is off.
Yes, nimeweka video nikashindwa kuweka mic.
Mindful
Tuko na mambo
diversion.
mingi, tuko na election inakuja pa, election ya Uganda on Thursday. So mimi ni Mkenya, mimi ni Muganda. So saa hiyo ulikuwa unanipigia, tulikuwa na mkutano ingine ilikuwa ya watu ya Uganda, and we need to have prayers kwa sababu wako na election na kuna diktata huko mbaya sana kushinda Kenya. So saa ile na wali nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu chama ya Bobi Wine walinipatia nafasi kama advisor. I'm an elder in Uganda in the political parties, so wakati wako na mambo yao nilipata hiyo chance. So most of the time tuko na mkutano na hawa, tuko na prayers, wakipanga tunapanga na watu ya hapa, tunapanga pia na wale wako Uganda. Otherwise tuko pamoja, tuna pia na waombea Uganda waweze kuwa na uchaguzi mzuri, kwa sababu hii dictatorship ikiwa kwa your Kate, unajua sisi wa Kenya tunaweza sema hatutaki kujua what is happening in Uganda, but kama Uganda wako peace, Kenya tuko na amani. Kama Uganda kuna corruption na hii mambo ya adoption hiyo imechukuliwa watu, ndio unaona sometime Kenya wameporo the same. Lakini inji yetu ikiwa mzuri, East Africa tukiwa kitu moja, na saa ingine tunaambiana tuombee majirani waishi wakae vizuri na sisi tukae vizuri. So natakanga watu yetu wale wanaongea, especially vile tunaongea mambo ya vijana, mkijua vile Museveni ametesa watoto ya watu, kuua vijana. Amwezi ongea Douglas. Kenya kwetu Mungu tuambie ni asante. Watu wanapelekwa si seli ya polisi, court martial. Kuna safe houses kama ile Nyati House tulikuwa naye ya Kenya. Kuna safe houses kwa army. Watu wameosa huko, watu wamepotea 4 years, 10 years. Wanarudi wamekatwa. Ukiangalia hiyo watu na muangaliange, kwa sababu nyinyi ni vijana, muko na internet. Saa zingine tuchukue example ya hiyo country and come back to your country. Mutajua sisi ngawa tunalalamika Kenya, batu wa Kenya tunaheshimu katiba. Mpaka Martha Karua and some lawyers wako sasa Uganda kwa sababu ya ule kisa Besigye aliaptokiwa Kenya, na wako kotini mpaka sahi tangu November. Kisa Besigye bila makosa achaiwachiliwa, na ako seli ya court martial ya army, na ni mwananchi, ni raia. Na kwa sababu saa ingine army ama police ama serikali tuseme wako na hiyo sheria na iwezi ingiliwa. Kuna domestic inaitwa nini, kuna mambo ya nchi, kuna sheria ya nchi, kuna sheria ina govern serikali. Wacha china mtu serikali, kama mambo ya army, kama mambo ya police, kuna ile raia uwezi.
Okay.
Na sisi Kenya tushukuru Mungu kwa sababu viongozi yetu hata kama ni wabaya hawajafika kuharibu katiba yetu kama vile Uganda imefanya. Nataka Douglas, for example, nyinyi vijana exchange ama check, kwa sababu hii vitu siko kwa internet. Angalia how Museveni is treating opposition parties in Uganda. Karibu kucheck hii watu wanaitwa NUP, hiyo ni National Unity Platform ya Bobi Wine. Nataka mucheck muone vile vijana, kwa sababu ya Uganda ni youth. Wanasema 70% of the people of Uganda are youth, the majority, na wanaruliwa na minority, na wanauawa na police. So check that one. Siku ingine tutaongea, siku ingine mutatafuta hiyo mapicha, hili nyinyi vijana muone tofauti. Ni wapi tunaweza kaa chini wa Kenya na tuelewane, tusikilizane, tutengeneze nchi yetu bila kufika mahali hatutaweza. Na mtu akiwa dikteta, wasungu Museveni amekuwa Uganda ni democracy. They are supposed to be doing election after every 5 years. Yes, 5 years. Na they are supposed kwenda 2 terms, 10 years. Museveni anamaliza 40 years. Ajaitoka. Na ajaitoka na hakuna kitu msungu atafanya. Hakuna kitu mtu hata tukiimba. Anaenda anachakua watu kwa parliament, wanapatilisha constitution. Anaenda anaweka age limit, anaenda ana withdraw kwa sababu alicreate viti ya parliament inaveva ni mingi. So anything anataka inafanywa na parliament. Ikifanywa na parliament ni constitution. So sisi wa Kenya tujaribu tuombe Mungu sana. Asante.
Thank you, Mama Selina, for that. Okay, nani amedrop? Furabad. I don't know if that's a technical glitch or it's intentional, but anyway. Thank you, Mama Selina. Real generally, Kenya, I've not heard your voice. I could just say something before I play a bite. Yeah.
Douglas, good morning. I think you just woke up and we have had a very good conversation here about what Mama Selina is saying. I think as much as we are supposed to thank God for what we enjoy in Kenya in terms of democracy and the ability to speak freely, Museveni is already setting a very bad example to many African countries. And there are high chances and possibilities that the leaders coming in now would be using him as an example, and they would want to stay in power and make changes in their constitutions that allow them to stay in power, at the same time be able to loot and block the media from exposing such, including the comments by foreign media. So that is dangerous, but it is setting a very bad example to African countries, and that is an invitation for instead of going forward, many countries will be getting backward because they would be anchoring on the same. So I'm staying around. I would be here. Going forward, we'll be having a very good conversation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Generali. And Furabad, anything to say? Yes.
I had already made my submissions regarding the topic of the day, but it's also, I would just like to also weigh in on what Mama Selina, the angle that she has brought. One, she in terms of security and accountability, she brought the angle of can we also take responsibility ourselves? You know, we cannot be faulting the police, and yet we are also unruly. Like if those gangs, those people are being mobilized to go and maybe, or they themselves, they take advantage of when there are rallies or gatherings to just cause mayhem. You know, the police cannot police everyone, so sometimes the policing has to be from ourselves as well, because we don't have enough police to take care of everyone and everything at every moment. And then also the challenges that come with bad leadership. And she's telling us the examples that, you know, she has a lot of knowledge firsthand about what is happening. Some of us, we just see, we know, we've seen Besigye, you know, try to fight against Museveni for the longest time. And, you know, he's not relenting. He has tortured him, done everything. The guy is the health is failing, but still, I don't know why he still sees it as a threat. So these are learning lessons that we can take from all over the world. We just, whatever happens in other countries, they all serve as examples to how we can how we can better our own governance, what we can do, what we shouldn't do. So I think that's the space I'm in right now, just to continue to listen and to see, because if Ruto is still going to go to other places for the rest of the week, it means we have to take care of ourselves. If you happen to be within that region, if you can avoid going there, you do, because you can't tell if this our young youth will take advantage. Some of them will take advantage of these situations to just cause mayhem, to rob people, to create chaos. So I think we will all be responsible in terms of making sure that if you don't need to be there, maybe you don't go, so that you don't get caught up in the melee if it's going to be there. But like I had said before, I don't know. I expected that with the MOU, you would think that Ruto would sit back a bit, knowing that now I've reached out, because that's what we understand, that he reached out for help from the other side. So if you've now gotten help, shouldn't you be better placed to handle issues, not exactly the way you are handling them? If it was on top of vehicles and moving around everywhere, I would expect that maybe there would be a better way of handling these things, so that even as today, I'm sure they will get feedback of what has happened. Maybe there will be better planning in terms of where he's going next. Even the leaders of those places, maybe they can safeguard people's businesses, and those people who are going about their businesses without being part of the rallies. If they can be safeguarded, as much as they'll take care of themselves, the police and all the security personnel, if it can be planned better. I think the planning is the one that wasn't so good, because if you look at how the movement of the president is within these areas, you would think that if it is official opening, a presidential occasion, I think the security must be top notch. There's no two ways about it. So that's what I think, Douglas.
Yeah, thank you, Kura. I think tomorrow they'll be in Kangemi, if I'm not wrong. And okay, so for those of you who are on your Wayaki way, probably tomorrow they'll be in your neighborhood. But from where I see it, I think Ruto is still suffering from whatever happened last year. It dented his image, not just internationally, but also here in Kenya. So from where I see it, I see someone. I see two different case scenarios. I see someone who is so desperate to shape that public opinion in his favor. So that's why he has to move around. He's been moving around in Wajir, in Western, and all these places, Coast. Now he's in Nairobi. He needs to rebuild that image, because it's important in politics and governance, public opinion, what people are saying and think about you. But also on the other side, I see a president who knows that he doesn't have that public trust. So he needs to be out there to tell people, I'm your president and I love you people, but but then again, there is that mistrust between him and the people. So there's that disconnect. So he needs to be safe while out there, but at the same time, he needs to be on the ground. Like, that has always been his kind of politics of is it called populism? Those sort of politics. So I saw a video of his motorcade moving. Then just when the last car zoomed by, there was a bunch of border borders that just came following that motorcade, and they were snatching people's phones across the way. So there were speculations, and I don't know how true they are, that he's moving around with goons. It could be true. He could be using those goons to just protect himself. But at the end of the day, when you leave the streets, what are these goons left doing? Okay, so for me, if that is true, because people have been saying that he's using goons, he's moving around with goons in his motorcades when doing these rounds, that is totally wrong. Because at the end of the day, when you empower these goons, they're going to terrorize the people, and that is just morally wrong. And you should be doing it as a president. But anyway, so for those of you people on Wayaki Way, tomorrow he'll probably be in your neighborhood. And you've seen what has happened in Mathare today. So you people be safe, and hopefully there will be sanity. And just to respond to a question that Furabad has raised over and over, I think she's been concerned if he called Raila to the table, and he asked that public influence that Raila has, and he should use that, he should feel safe since he asked that, and just go to State House or Arambe House and work. We know who Ruto really is. He's termed him as an insecure man, and he's not just going to sit somewhere at the back and trust that someone is going to keep him safe, that someone is going to and rely on someone else's protection when it comes to that public opinion that I'm talking about. So he wants to be in control. He wants to be in control of the public opinion. So as much as Raila is there, he's still going to roam around until he feels like people love him once again. But anyway, that's just my opinion. As we continue with conversation, just I'm going to hear more from Generali and Mama Selina too. But in the meantime, let's just watch this first. Just continuing with the conversation from where Shadizo left it. He had planned the show, so just following this, sticking to the script. So let's just first take a look at this, then we'll come back and continue the conversation.
The hearing of a case against Uasin Gishu Senator Jackson Mandago and two co-accused persons, Joshua Lele and Meshach Rono, over the Finland scholarship scandal resumed this week, with one witness testifying in the 1 billion shilling scam. The witness detailed how he lost 1.2 million shillings. And as Marianne Nyambura reports, 38 witnesses out of the 202 lined up to testify have so far appeared.
Shadrach Juma, a businessman in Uasin Gishu County, the 38th witness in the 1.1 billion shillings misappropriation case against Uasin Gishu Senator Jackson Mandago and two co-accused persons, took the witness stand on Tuesday afternoon. Juma detailing how he paid 1.27 million shillings for his daughter Irene Angela to further her studies at Laurea University in Finland. Funds that were deposited in two installments, 918,000 shillings in August 2022 and 359,000 in October 2022.
Nilipo 1,277,000 sana. Kufika mwezi wa 3 hivi mwaka imeisha, ndio tukaanza kuwa suspicious na kukaa katika mitandao za kijamii, kukaa na ile mambo ya watu kulalamika, so tukaanza kutafutana kama wazazi kuweza kujua what is happening.
Juma told Nakuru Court Principal Magistrate Alois Ndege how they were thrown into disarray after learning that their daughter's desire of getting an admission at the Finland-based university was a pipe dream.
Yes, my daughter na watoto wengine walianza kuandika email kwenda Finland. Na dakika mwisho mtoto wangu alirudi akareceive message ya kusema kwamba they have nothing to do with Uasin Gishu County concerning the money, but pathway studies zimekuwa cancelled. Okay. Yes.
The money was, however, paid to the Uasin Gishu Education Trust Fund account during the current Governor Jonathan B's tenure, and not that of the first accused person.
Miongoni mwao county government of Uasin Gishu.
Miongoni mwao county government of Uasin Gishu, yes.
Ulishtaki the sitting governor saizi?
Yes.
Unastaajabu kwa nini hayuko hapa, na ni yeye ndio ulilipa wakati wake. Kwa nini hayuko hapa?
Hiyo inafikia kwamba mwenye anaweza kujibu ni DCI ama ECC.
The hearing of the case resumes Wednesday, where 4 witnesses are set to testify. Maria Nyambura, Citizen TV.
Okay, so that's Mandago's story there. Generally,
well, sadly looked at the story, and this has delayed for some time. So justice already delayed, looks like denied. The accused person is in power, like we all know. So he has that connection, he has that godfather, and so forth. So let's not judge. Let's look at what happens, because the case has been going on for some time. There are lots of delays. But what is in my mind is what is going on with the families of these students. Some sold land, some sold cattle, some took loans. So that is the most painful part of this entire story. We are not sure if their monies will be compensated. I know for those who took loans, it had to require them to get other sources of money to service those loans. So this is sad to see that it is taking this long. And as well, it shows how much people are vulnerable in this country, to the extent that such dealings could trap tens of students, and now they are suffering. That level of vulnerability is brought by the belief that these so-called connected people have legit deals. And that's why all these people were able to get into this. So we are here looking at a story that should have been solved a year or so, but it's taking long, and that tells you a lot. But we know the law has long hands. Let's give it that benefit of doubt that justice is going to be served, but it is already delayed. So all that I would be praying for is that a possibility comes in that they get refund and even compensation for the extra time that this case has been able to take. That would be my conversation or my input now.
okay. Thank you, generally for that. Anyway, justice denied. Justice delayed is justice denied. Okay. Before I do that, Marcelina.
This thing, mambo ya kwenda nje ya Finland, ilikuwa Canada, ilikuwa Australia. A lot of children actually in Uasin Gishu, Nandi, a lot of families, young people have gone outside. That every family would like to see their children kwa sababu wameenda, wamesoma, wamerudi, wamefanya kazi, wame-improve the lives of parents ama so kila mtu akisikia kuna opportunity ama kuna chance, people even sell the land kwa sababu watoto wakifika huko after 3 months wameenda shule, wamepata kazi, wanarudi back to develop the family. So it is very wrong na ni ngumu sana kufight na the people like Mandago and the like, hiyo pesa ni mingi sana, pengine ilitumika kwa mali mingi. So the parents are really crying. Wacha tuone vile hiyo kesi itaenda, but a lot of people have suffered. Children wamekuwa na depression, watoto wengine wamejiua, wengine wamekunywa pombe mpaka hata uwezi amini, and then the parents divorce imefanyika kwa most families kwa sababu kuna mahali wamama walikuwa nataka watoto waende, wanalazimisha baba. Kuna mahali baba alikuwa na uza shamba, anasema mtoto akienda kusettle atarudi like unaweza uza kila kitu mtoto yako aende, you can suffer only maybe 1 year ama siku kidogo, na mtoto akifaulu utakuwa umefaulu kulingana na vile watoto wengine wameenda. Unajua hii kitu ni kama kwa hiyo site watu wanaangalia na mtoto ya nani alienda, amefanya nini, wamefanya nini. So ilifanya watu wengi sana, hata hii mambo ya kwenda Dubai, kwenda wapi, Qatar, kwenda wapi, unakuta tena wamepepa watu wengi sana kwa sababu watu wanajua Kenya hakuna kazi. So wanaona heri mtoto akitoka wanakuja kufaidika. So it is really difficult. That thing, I hope kama watoto waendi warutishiwe pesa yao, because it is it is too bad. It is too bad. Na hiyo area, unajua huko ni area ya watu kukimbia. So kuna a lot of development. Kuna vijana wanakimbia, kuna wale sasa wameenda kwa hiyo nje nyingine. So competition is very high in those places. Every village wanataka kila mtu atoke. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Selina. Prabad, your thoughts on that story?
It's a sad story. It just shows you how bad governance can affect, very innocent, very noble ideas, very good intentions. Because you see, first of all, if we had more opportunities in this country, you wouldn't have so many people wanting to leave the country. But because we lack these opportunities, we don't see, parents don't see where they'll take their children, which jobs are there, which opportunities are there. So they want to take advantage of these opportunities that are out there. And for it to be, engineered by government forces, and then, sometimes people use agencies, dealers, and you're conned. But now this is the government itself. Because it's active in court right now, all I can say is that, maybe it will be one of the exceptions where once in a while, a prominent person gets to face the law, gets to face his day in court. So justice needs to happen. And even when it does, just as others have already said, that, justice delayed is justice denied. You see those experiences of people who have faced depression, the social fabric is disintegrating because of some of these actions that were taken. You see, even if in the end you get compensated the money, What if your child is one of the people who already took their lives? What if your child is depressed and now you'll use the money to treat the child? What if, so the damage is so big that, you just want that this justice can be so equal to the damage that is done, that people, especially those in authority who are charged with taking care of people, it can be a deterring factor. But you'll see, like, maybe in Waititu's case, okay, you're given a few years or alternative of some millions, but you've taken so many millions and you've had it for 7 years. Even if it was just in a fixed deposit account, it will have probably raised enough money, to just pay off that fine. So our justice system, let's hope whoever is listening to this case does justice to it. But it's a sad story because it's the young people, and these are they say it's the future, but you see, I've heard them say we are the future, but we are also present right now. So sometimes we tend to forget that, and we are just thinking of, ni viongozi wa kesho, ni viongozi wa kesho. As much as they are viongozi wa kesho, they are here right now. So what we do now does affect whether or not they become that future that we want them to be. So let's hope justice will prevail.
Okay. Okay, let's just hope that justice will prevail, be it delayed. Anyway, let me just take a few comments here. You have Tunei Muhammad who says, Douglas, welcome. Thank you, Tunei Muhammad. We have, okay, we have, earlier we had Putin. Before I came in, I think when Bernard was still here, Putin was saying, Bernard, Ruto was blaming Uhuru for doing a handshake with Uhuru. Gachagua also was saying Raila Muganga ameharibu mtoto wetu Uhuru. I'll come back to that. Also, he says, Lala, after elections, Chebukati started being sick. Talk about it. Lala is no longer here. Those are old comments from before I came in. I think the rest, those who are here, had taken them. But anyway, I think with that we've come to the end of our conversations today. But there's just one question that has been burdening my mind since we were last here. I think we were with Mama Selina and Fra, but Generali was not here on the day of the signing of the MOU. And I just seen someone who has mentioned it, saying Ruto was blaming Uhuru for doing a handshake with Uhuru. Gachagua also saying Raila Muganga ameharibu mtoto wetu Uhuru. And Ruto went all around the world saying that termed that government a mongrel. And I was just wondering, what is it that Raila brings to government? Why is it important that every government seeks him? I just want to hear a few opinions from you as we edge towards our closing. Why do governments have to seek him? Why is it so important that to be able to have that stability and to govern, you have to look for him? Why? Generally, let me start with you, Mr.
Yes, thank you. I think part of the reason why Ruto, or you'd say governments, would want to associate with Raila for them to have quote unquote peace, number one, that is an illegitimate government that would want credibility from Raila Odinga. If it were a legitimately elected government, they wouldn't want to associate with Raila. But this was illegitimate. Elections were stolen, but that was thrown under the bus, and now we look at everything that is happening. About Raila, about Gachagua saying that Raila remains as a constant that is good for all governments. You see, Gachagua looks at Kenyans and wants that when he's a friend to someone, he wants people to be friends with that same person. If that friend is his enemy, then all Kenyans should be an enemy to Gashagua's enemies. Before all this pact and before the election, Gachagua was at the forefront of telling us how Raila is Mganga and he has destroyed their son, Uhuru Kenyatta, and that after spoiling their son, Uhuru Kenyatta, he took their money to projects in Kisumu. Such sentiments coming from a national leader, their money. So the people from the other side of the country do not pay taxes. And even if they pay, it belongs to a certain sect of the country, the mountain. He took our money. And now, he now tells us that Ruto lied to us and told us to say things. So everything he said was directed or was instructed to him by Ruto, and we are going to believe that, and we are now going to believe him again. So this kind of confusion does not make Ruto good and does not make Ruto bad in the context of Gachagua. And therefore, if he called Raila Maganga and a few days ago he changed and said Ruto also told them he's a good person, Uhuru also said a good person, now he's good, he was doing that as a comment for convenience because he wants to form what looks like a grand coalition and he wanted Raila in there. If you look at the Standard newspaper, today's paper, the headline, I've just looked at it and I would not be able to quote it exactly because I do not have the copy with me. But if you look at what is on the front page, I'm struggling to get it. I'm not able to get it. Okay, I can see it. It says Raila grows cold feet. And this is in relation to his comment today or yesterday in Kiambu County. But see, this has been constant with him since he started, quote unquote, working with Ruto. So anytime he tries to distance himself from this MOU and any agreement with the government, that means he's already in and is just doing that statement to deal with emotions. The urgent emotions that are arising from what happened last week, but he's already deep into the government and probably new changes will be done to accommodate his people. And this is not sitting well with many Kenyans and with many people from the mountain. But you see, as much as it does not sit well with many people, these are the same people who did not vote for him. So he is answerable to no one. As we speak, he holds no formal position. So he's not answerable to anyone. The president is answerable to the people of Kenya. So let us see what happens. But I do not think that Gashagua's statement making Raila look good was in good faith. It was just a way of trying to accommodate ODM in his upcoming grand coalition that they're here to form to ensure that Ruto becomes a one-term president. That would be my closing take. I thank you.
Thank you, Generally, for that. Let me hear from you, Fura, but just the same question. What is this help that Raila keeps talking about that every successive government has to seek from him to be able to govern this country? What is that pivotal role he plays in in our politics that government can't really function without.
It's an intense question you're asking, because the root cause is that our elections do not, our vote does not count the way we want it to. Our vote does not count at the ballot. If it did, then some of these things would not, because every time Raila has to come in, it's because the person who has taken the seat, there's controversy. There's a controversy on how they have acquired that seat. In 2002, when there was consensus that Kibaki has taken this clean and fair, that didn't follow. As much as there was an understanding in terms of him being elected, the departure point was different from what we have right now. If you compare to 2007 and then 2017 and then 2022. So I think what needs to happen in Kenya is we need to get it right at the election point. We need to be diligent about who is going to take who is going to be the jury in terms of the election process, this IEBC. Because Douglas, this story, and that's what I was mentioning the other day, that as much as it's supposed to be Gen Zote, but some people feel that the old generation did not do them justice in terms of elections. But Douglas, there's a generation just before me of old people who will wake up at 3 and queue and vote at 11 a.m., at noon, in the afternoon. That is why there was Githeri man, alikuwa mbebe Githeri yake, because they were not going to get an opportunity to go and eat lunch, And I'm not sure that Gen Z are going to want to do the same thing. That's part of the apathy that happened in 2022. Just them imagining that they're going to queue there. You're supposed to protect your vote. I don't know how, you vote and you go, and that vote will count. But the moment you're supposed to protect your vote, votes are coming from false polling stations. There's just a signboard there. Votes are being stolen. Kamago is doing his thing. Those are the things that, if we take our lessons from the previous elections, what has failed us? We felt that Chebukati, God rest his soul in peace, failed us. And even as he failed us, we also failed, because we are saying when they were being vetted, we opted for somebody who was not the best candidate. Those, and the compromises, if it begins at that point, you've compromised and you've gotten not the right candidate, and then there's manipulation. We are even asking ourselves, is it Chebukati who should go, or is it the secretariat that is compromised? We have people resigning, we had people dying, and we cannot sit back and think that these are not factors that we need to correct when we go into 2027. Why did Msando have to die? Why did Akombe Roslyn have to resign? And then even after that, the other 3 also resigned, so that Chebukati was left on his own with these two people who happened to have presided over botched elections. Because as much as 2017 people like to think that things went right, there was a nullification that says no election, and then there was a repeat election in which the one contender did not vie. So you see, the credibility of some of these wins is so is so low, so that is why if Raila or the contender says I didn't get justice, this didn't go well with me. And for that reason, I want to swear myself as the president. And the next thing, you know, we were boycotting Safaricom, we were boycotting Bidco, and all these things. And you're looking as a president, Uhuru is looking at this and saying, will this country work? Will it work? If this guy has influence, and already we were lining up at Airtel and boycotting Safaricom, you see? And we are boycotting products from companies that, you know, mean a lot to this country. And you're looking and you're saying, okay, and he has already sworn himself. What next? And you're saying, as much as I am the president, in this hostile environment, am I going to achieve anything? And you're saying, in order for me to work, I need to, you know, reach out and say, okay, I won, and I need you to just now work with me so that stop the chaos. And that's the handshake. That's how I understand the handshake. And then now there's this one where you've lost, but you don't. According to the courts, you've lost, but in the court of the public opinion, because you have all these followers who are thinking we didn't lose, this election was stolen, based on everything that happened. As much as the court says that was hot air, the reality was that we could see the figures, where they were reduced, where they were added. We could see, and then you said, oh, all that. It happened, but it's not enough to overturn. But the difference is just 200,000 votes. So there's a sense in which, as Generali has said, the illegitimacy of this governance is what makes them need the help of the other side. If they had won legitimately, I don't think the struggle would be there. As much as you can face the opposition head on because you have your act together. The only other thing that I would add is that, you know, if I was Ruto, I would get, you know, the caliber of CSs and the people that he put in place, because it is one thing also to win or to purport to win. Katiba imekubali that aliwin, so we have to live with that. We have to accept and move on. But as the president, did he go out and do the right thing? If he had chosen people who are delivering, I am telling you, there would never have been need to reach out to his brother, as he calls him. There would not be need. If he had put the right people, apart from him, because you're just the CEO, if you have the right people working in all the categories, in all the cadres, in all the sectors, the CEO just needs to ensure that every sector is working. But if you put a CS of health who does not understand what is happening, anaulizwa, wala wanamuuliza waswali wanakaa ni kama wanafahamu kumliko. Aya, umetoa huyo, umeleta huyo mwingine. She's better than the other one, but still, you know, they have no idea, because again, what I think is that the CSs, there's only one CS, Ruto. Based on what has happened even the last 2 days, I think Ruto is very difficult to advise. I don't think he takes people's advice. I think he believes in him being the big man. If he worked with other people, I think things would be different, Douglas.
Okay. Thank you, Pura. That's an issue that most micromanagers will always have. Always find themselves undermining. You know, the very people that they should team up with. But anyway, I'm going to pose the same question to Mama Selina and Omolomolo, who's just joined us. But I'm going to take Mama Selina's take first before we listen to Omolomolo. So Mama Selina, I've heard from Generali and Farah, but I'm still seeking. You know, over the course of the past 4 presidency, you know, we've had 4 different governments, but there's one constant factor that has remained. This Raila Odinga, you know, he has maintained that they're not in a coalition with Ruto. Ruto sought his help to be able to govern this country. So just been wondering, what is this help? Because unlike 2022, where there was, 20, apart from Uhuru's time, I understand there were chaos and his supporters were angry that his votes had been stolen and whatnot, and Uhuru sort of had to seek peace by shaking hands with him. Same case to 7, but this time, it was a totally different case scenario. The chaos that were there had nothing to do with him. It was just a different faction of people, rather Kenyans themselves, are pushing for change, and that shaped the country a little bit. So I was just wondering the kind of help that is it something? What kind of help does he provide for government?
Okay, Douglas, you have sent 4 presidents. Kura yenye Raila akupita ni ya 97. Alikuwa number 2 for real, ama ilikuwa the number. But hii ingine yote, wakati Kibaki 202 walikuwa Ford. Wakakampein Raila akasema Kibaki tosha kwa sababu ya opposition ya chai, watu wengi walikuwa. Then hiyo serikali wakachukua. Immediately after wamechukua hiyo serikali, kikatokea ile ufinafsi, wakakuwa sidelined. Unajua sasa yeye alisimama, Kibaki hata hakufanya campaign, alikuwa mgonjwa, akafanya kila kitu. Then after that, things change, fall apart. Now ikafika election ya after 202 ikakuja ya 97, I think so. Ile ililete shida. So Raila it's not like all of them. Raila is not like Ruto, Raila is not like Kibaki, Raila is not like Uhuru. Kwa sababu Raila ni mtu amejua Kenya, akona utu. So wakati kura zimeipiwa, kumbuka wakati walikuwa KICC na William Ruto na wengine, wakati ya ile furuku ilitokea, it was Raila aliserenda akasema tuachane nayo. Let's leave it alone, let's talk. Sababu kuna mtu anaona Kenya ni muhimu kushinda mtu moja. Na kuna mtu hapa anasema kama si mimi eri tumwake. Unajua kuna mtu anasema kama si mimi nitachukua eri tukufe ama tuaribu. Wakasoea Raila ya kwamba tukiipa kura ya huyu msee atakasirika, dakika ya mwisho anafanya nini? Anatulia. But shida ya hii watu yote, Raila ako na nusu ya serikali. 7 million votes ama 6 million votes. So inakuwa ni ngumu kwa president anakuja kufanya kazi because the country is divided by 2. Uwezi endelea, kuna sehemu wewe ni rais, yes, but you cannot visit some parts of the country. So inapiti wewe ni rais, hauna uwezo, hautambuliki. Na watu ya Raila wamekuwa na hiyo msimamo bila kuruti chini kwa miaka mingi sana. So kwa hiyo ikakuwa ni ngumu sana. Dauti, I will call you 1 minute. So kwa hiyo imekuwa ngumu sana. Ikakuja serikali ya Kibaki. Kibaki akaapishwa usiku. Ikalete shida. Mpaka Kofi Annan wakakuja. Kweli kila mtu akajua Raila alichukua, alikuwa na minority, ilikuwa inaitwa chama gani hiyo? Alikuwa na minority members of parliament. So wakakawanya nusu mkate, pia wakapigana hivyo. Uhuru akakuja, ikafanyika vile ilifanyika 2017 sasa wakiwa na William Ruto. So this Raila yeye ananga hiyo ako na watu anajua ako na watu, na nyinyi anajua hamutaenda mbali. You know, if you are not elected, kama uchapatiwa kura na wananchi inakwanga ngumu sana. So Raila ana make sure ako na majority members of parliament. Wakati imekuja counties ako na majority. Sasa wewe ni rais, unakuwa ele place mpaka uhitaji msaada ya Raila ndio usimame, because kama Uhuru sasa serikali ilikuwa inamshinda, anasema ni wache kuacha ya hii marais ni aita waachie jeshi. So mtu kama Raila amepigania demokrasi miaka hiyo yote, anakumbuka, anaona inamsaidia nini. So watu wanakaa na yeye ni rais kuongeleshwa. Unajua nchi ya Kenya, usisahau si kama Uganda. Nchi ya Kenya United States, tuseme Europe, wawezi kubali Kenya ianguke kwa sababu tuko na United Nation hapo, tuko na mambo mingi sana ya outside. Tuseme kama Mombasa, unakumbuka wanajeshi wa Amerika mameli sao siko huko chini wakiangalia, wakiset kuangalia hii nchi za Waarabu, alafu Nairobi. So kila mtu anaokopa Kenya ianguke. So the first thing, saa ile wa Kenya tunapigana, na ndio sababu sisi hatujai chakuwa president wa Kenya. Wasungu wanataka they are perfect. Raila walimuokopa tangu kidambo. So wakati Raila amechukua kura, wasungu kwanza wanajua we are not comfortable with this man. Na ni fan Africa na anakuja kutuambia inakuwa ni ngumu kwa wapendi. So kuanguka mingi ama kuwekwa rais ya Kenya inakuwa interfered. Unaona kama ambassador ya US na wanashikana. Wanamwambia for example mwenye anatangaza tuko. So kura zetu sisi wa Kenya, hata tukilaumu Ruto ama tulaumu Uhuru ama tungelaumu Kibaki, the source of it inatoka outside, na Raila anajua inatoka western countries. So baada hiyo wanakuwa ya kwanza kukimbilia Raila. You know the country is speaker than you, you know the country, okay, we unataka nini, wanaita rais, wanamwambia na wanataka rais pia hule hata mea pembe. So wanajuanga Raila tena akiwa mkali, huyu rais anakaa kama puppet. Akitaka kuweza Raila lazima ashikane na wasungu wa mkontrol. So unakuta Kenya sisi tunapigananga vita yenye si yetu, tunapigana vita ya wasungu. So ya Uhuru ikaenda hivyo. Hii ya Ruto kabisa kila mtu anajua vile ilifanyika. Hata ule Mickman ama mnaita nini ule ambassador wa Amerika alisema she has never seen ati election ya Kenya ilikuwa most free and fair. Baada ya siku mbili vita iko, maneno iko. So sisi wa Kenya hata kama tunaenda election ya maybe baba kwa sababu amekuwa msee labda hata simama, then it will be now Ruto and another puppet ya wasungu. Kama kutaonekana ule mtu anakuja ni mstrong, hawezi sikia vile hiyo wasungu wanataka, tutaenda kuwa the same, kwa sababu sisi tunajirule. Tumekataa kuongoza nchi yetu, tumekubali kulaliwa na wasungu. So hii problem haya wakakuja wakashika Ruto. Sasa Bill Gates akakuja, bibi ya Joe Biden akakuja. Mambo ya IMF ndio hiyo, pesa ndio hiyo, kwa sababu hiyo ni vitu. Wakati Uhuru alikataa na akaenda China, wanaokopa wanasema Raila alisoma is it Russia ama Germany. So wanasemanga kuna hii si munaita nini, kuna vile wanaonanga Raila, he was not a friend of Westerns kama Americans. Raila was more of Russia and Germany. So they have never liked him. So sisi wa Kenya tumeingia kwa trap yenye sisi sasa hata sahi. Huyo Ruto akushinda, lakini alipata serikali kuhusu Chebukati, Martha Koome wanaitwa. So if you don't build your country, unategemea foreign powers. Nao tunapigana kama wa Kenya. Pati mbaya ama pati msuri Raila aseme, okay, I don't want to run for president. Well, mtu yote atasimama, atasupport, ama wa Kenya mchakue mtu yenyu. And then the foreign entities, patu, wajue who will be. Unajua kabla utasimama wanataka kuona your policy. You see like Uganda. Museveni ametumika akidanganya wasungu, yeye ana control mambo ya Sudan, mambo ya Congo, mambo ya wapi, mambo ya Somali. So wasungu wakaamini Museveni na wakamuchunga. Kwa sababu it is their agent. Wanampatia silaha, wanapatia bunduki, awajali wa Afrika mukiwawa. So like now we are talking kwa sababu ya Donald Trump, hiyo ni sawa. But again, Donald Trump interest ya America si ya president. Kama kuna kitu inasemekana America first. Kama kuna kitu Americans wanafaitika kwa Kenya. And kwa sababu ya hiyo ya Middle East. Wakati ya hiyo mambo ya Israel, Kenya, hiyo meli yetu, hiyo nini yetu ya Mombasa, wameweka. So tukiwanyima hiyo space, they are not able to control these people. So unakuta Kenya, nobody want Kenya kulose. Lakini hawataki sisi pia tuchakue mtu yetu. Wakati walipigana na Moi mpaka Moi akawarusha, hapo ndio tulipata shida. So Douglas, as Kenyans, as we want to have our own freedom, ingawa tunataka kuchakua watu yetu, tuwe na IPC ile mzuri, tuangalie mambo ya secretariat, and let these people leave us alone. Hakika utaona mambo ya Kenya imeenda vizuri sana. But our president wako proud kwa sababu wameshikiliwa. Wanajeshi wawezi fanya kitu, wawezi pendua hawa. So unakuta wamekontroliwa, sisi raia tu tunakonganishwa. Mara unaona wakiona kama juzi, unaona mambo ikiharibika, unakuta hawa ambassadors wameita Kalonzo, wamekunywa chai na hawa. Mara kidogo unaona wameita Raila, wanaita kusema nini? Sisi wananchi tumaiuliza kwa nini wanatuita? Kwa sababu wana control watu wetu, wakiona wanapimia. No, msipikane. Oh, Raila sasa mtapelekwa ICC. Nyinyi sasa kama mnafanya maandamano na watu wameuawa. Wao umesema kitu mzuri. Ati hii vita ya sahi ya Ruto na Raila kushikana. Wewe ukasema ilikuwa inawahusu nini? Kumbuka ya kwamba wakati Raila alikuja wakaanza maandamano, ndio waanze NATCO report. Kabla wajaenda NATCO report, kuna ile ilikuwa inaongozwa na, ilikuwa nani? Otienda Amolo, members of parliament, ikakataliwa, ikakuja Kalonzo. Ndio sasa Raila alisimamisha ile, walikuwa naenda maandamano na watu kuuawa. Wakaenda NATCO report, wakakuwa Bomas of Kenya. Mpaka wakapeleka hiyo NATCO report, lakini haikufika mwisho. Ilikuwa imeitengenezwa. Wakati ilikuja finance bill, sasa hapo ndio mahali CNC wameingilia. NATCO report ilikuwa imetengenezwa kabla CNC. Lakini wakati CNC walitoka, na Batu Natco report Raila na hao wakukuwa wameelewana, but walikuwa wameitwa wote na hiyo foreign agencies ya kwamba wakuwe na maongeleo. They don't want to see kuona vita. Hii sasa story ya Raila kwenda sijui nini ikatokea pia. So wewe sahii vijana na Wakenya nusu wanaona okay, Raila kuingilia hii kuunda serikali na vita hii kukua yake, mumesahau ya kwamba after 2022 tulikuwa na maandamano. Raila kari yake ilipikwa risasi 11. Wakati Ruto alikuwa naendanga nje, Kachakwa alikuwa naamuka 5. Anaenda KICC kutuma watu waue watu. And you know that. Na watu waliuawa the last minute ile Raila aliwacha kabisa. Ni wakati watu walienda kuchapwa Kondele, Kisumu, wakatolewa kwa manyumba, wakauawa. Raila akasema wacha itoshe. Wacha tufanye ile wanataka, kwa sababu watu yake ndio walikuwa na kufa. So wakati mumeingia, ulipata kama usaa. Unaona, usaa ilikuwa imejaa. Lakini nyinyi ni ile mulitopoa hiyo usaa. Sasa wakati muliingia mambo ikaonekana wow. Na ikawa na mambo ingine yenye sasa wewe na mimi na mwingine hatuelewi. Hiyo ni layman's. Ikajulikana nyinyi pia wakati CNC mulikuwa na mambo yenyu, kulikuwa na group ingine pia walikuwa wamechipanga hapo. Wale walikuwa na uwezo. Nyinyi mulisema partyless, leaderless, amukutaka uongozi, amukutaka kupendua serikali ndiye mchukue. Mulikuwa na mambo yenyu mnataka mkitimisa hii na hii na hii. That was the CNC. Amukukua ati muende mupendue serikali. Kumbe katikati yenyu ama katikati ya CNC kuna group ilikuwa imechipanga ya kupendua, kutoa Ruto wachukue serikali. Ikajulikana. Wakati ilijulikana, watu wakasema wow, then what happened? Kumbe tunatoa huyu na kuna group imechipanga. Bas, mambo ikafika hapo, mambo ya CNC ikasimama, ikasemekana sasa tuongee. Sasa sahii vita yenyu mumefanya mara moja. Raila amefanya hiyo ya 2022 kwanza, walienda maandamano sijui karibu mara ngapi. So wakati sasa Raila ameongea, anasema ya CNC ndio wasea ilikuwa 26 na hata Ruto amesema walistuka. Na wakati walistuka waliitana, wakati angepeana, sasa hiyo ni wakati serikali labda ingekuwa unajua ni amri jeshi. So kama angepeana kwa ami, tungekuwa batu tunang'ang'ana ama kuna kitu. Lakini yangu tu ndio nimalize niwachie wengine ni kwamba usiseme wai Raila. Raila ako na watu. Raila watu milioni, hata sahi mukiongea munasema Raila ameisha. Watu ya Raila hata ile wachache uliwaona Kisii. Ikisema wacha Raila aruti hiyo stadium hautaamini. So kuna watu wamekufa na Raila kutokea 97 mpaka sasa. You cannot tell them go. You cannot tell them akisema right ni right, akisema left ni left. So any president anakuja Kenya wanakuwa wamekawanya serikali. How will you remove that person? Wewe umechaguliwa huko na kura milioni 7. Kuna mwenzako ako na kura milioni 6.5. How will you rule those people? Wewe president sasa uko na milioni 7 na una nusu ya Kenya hawakukupigia kura. How will you rule them? Mpaka mushare that government. Mpaka unyenyekee ndio upatiwe umalize miaka yako. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Selina, for that. Molo.
Asante sana Douglas, namwona mama hapo na hao panelist wengine.
Douglas.
Yes, Douglas, good morning.
Good morning to you. Wewe ulikuja hapa one day then you disappeared.
Yeah, huwa napitia sababu tuko na kazi nyingi sana tunafanya kwa ground. And I'm very happy that we are heading in the same direction. I mean, and in the right path ya ukombozi wa taifa. And I'm very happy that hope is not lost. Very soon, before hii mwezi ishe, I can say with a lot of conviction and authority kuwa Kenya itaona sasa sura mpya ya uongozi. You know, unajua nikisikia mama akiongea kuhusu mambo ya Raila naelewa. Unajua sometimes they say all habit is difficult to die. So watu bado wako in denial because it is very clear that you know, now we don't have a government. What we have is what we call a mongrel institution where you don't know which one is government, which one is opposition. You don't know whether it is opposition in government or it is government in opposition. Leo unasikia Ruto akisema nimeleta watu tuweze kuunganisha taifa.
Do we have constitution ya opposition ama tuko na minority?
Mama, I think nimekuacha nafasi wakati wote unaongea, acha tu mimi niendelee.
Yes,
so,
I'm just listening to everybody without interrupting. I just want everybody just unique perspective, then everybody will just make their own discernment. So, okay, the question is in your court now, Molo Molo. What sort of contractor is Raila in the power and politics circles? Nasemanga yeye ameitwa tu asaidie tu, ana mambo ingine.
Sasa kwanza ndio nakuja hapo. Sasa unasikia Ruto huko anaambia watu, mimi nilisema niunganishe taifa nikaita kina Raila. Raila naye anasema hapana, mimi ndio Ruto anasema hawa jamaa waliona wanifikia. Raila anasema ende alifikiwa. So that kind of what we call political conmanship and political manipulation, there is no any other definition that you can give that wording. Kenyans now have cleared their eyes. Wamejua kuwa all this bunch of old politicians, they are the architects of the problem that we are facing today, and we cannot expect even one single iota of solution from them. What in fact we can expect is the opposite: more problems, more crisis, and more manipulation. Lakini what inspires hope is that now we see new faces coming and people are ready to take the leadership and at least change the face of our leadership in the country. That is what inspires. Ile mambo ilifanyika pale KICC ambao kwangu nasema kwamba it was the last kick of a dying horse. And wakati Douglas, unakumbuka vizuri wakati tulianza maandamano, we had a word that we were inspired by the almighty heavens ya kuwa draining the swamp. And hiyo kweli ilikuwa ni ujumbe kutoka kwa Mwenyezi Mungu, draining of the swamp. Ndio unaona in as much as tumejaribu kwa avoid, lakini the swamp is now gathering in one corner, na inaturahisisha kazi ya kudrain. Raila ana solution, siwezi kumlaumu, manake unajua kama kuna kitu huwezi kufight and huwezi kudanganya katika hii maisha, kwanza huwezi kudanganya age. Umri nayo hakuna kitu unaweza kufanya, ikikufikia imekufikia, na ni mambo ya Mwenyezi Mungu, hakuna mtu anaweza kubadilisha. Sababu mwili pia naye inakuwa na ile inaitwa exhaustion, tire and wear. So lakini ye pia bado anajaribu tu ku stay afloat, of which it is very okay. But I'm sure coming before even 2027, we might have a different leadership before 2027, or can be that 2027. This one I can promise you. Things are happening on the ground. There are a lot of alignment and realignment from the new generation of leadership. Kwa maybe wala ambao wamjui ni kuwa the Gen Zs, the Gen Millennials yote kwamba wame give up. In fact, there are a lot of alignment and realignment coming. Very soon you will see new faces with bright ideas of innovation. Si mambo ya kuambiwa kwamba sasa ati unatengeneza chapati milioni moja as a government project. What a shame. So watu wameongea sijui Raila anafanya. Raila kwanza amekuwa in every single government toka nafikiri azaliwe. Babaka alikuwa kwa serikali na amekuwa katika kila serikali. Amekuwa kwa serikali ya Moi, amekuwa serikali ya Kibaki, na sio tukua tu kwa serikali kwa position ya kawaida. Yaani kukua kwa serikali with authority. Nyingi amekuwa katika 50-50 basis. Serikali ya Kibaki alikuwa kwa 50-50. Even handshake ya Uhuru, he had a very big say. Ulikuwa unaona hata wakizunguka na Uhuru. Hakuna minister alikuwa anazunguka na Uhuru hata usiku wakiongea mambo yao na kipanga mambo ya nchi. Na wako katika serikali ya Ruto pia 50-50. So this kind of manipulation hata haitujalishi tena. Manake anaweza kufanya ile mambo anataka kufanya, is a Kenyan. Anaweza kuendelea kukua delusional, lakini wa Kenya sasa the one that have the future, because unajua now we have a generation that are going to retire, and we have a generation that they own the future of this country, and they have understood exactly the task ahead of them, and now that is why they are ready and they are prepared to take the mantle. So before the end of this month, I think Kenya sasa itakuwa, there will be a different national agenda. Manake sasa mutaona a new faction, a new face coming out and now ready to take the leadership of this country. Now this new generation, fortunately, is not only comprised of the young people, but we say it is the young people because they are the young people in terms of politics, ni watu ambao ni fresh minds. So tuko na watu maybe 50s, 60s, lakini they have that young energy, in terms of freshness in politics. Ile mambo ambayo inaendelea Kenya saa hizi, ati sijui tunaambiwa mambo ya 10 points. Hizo 10 points ni ile kitu naweza kusema kwamba ni stories za ajabu. I give you an example. One of the 10 points walikuja akaongea point number 6 ambayo iliongea kuhusu the right of peaceful assembly and picketing. And as God is gracious enough, last Sunday we say let us put that to test, that point number 6. We wanted to put it to test, tuone kweli kama what they are discussing, they mean it or they just put it in a paper. We went to the church in Roysambu to picket. We were not armed. We were not, going doing any distraction, but we went to display our displeasure, and raise our issues and our concern. Kuwa you cannot be going na kupeana mamilioni ya pesa na kugawana shamba ya public, shamba ya KDF, ambapo it is in public trust, kinyume na katiba. Lakini what happened? We were met with a lot of brutal force and violence, of which ika water down that number 6. So that means even what we are told about narco report is nonsense, because we have already put it to test, and that was the simplest thing. That was the bare minimum of which tungesema kuwa let us stretch now to the limit na tuone kama kweli they mean what they write in the document. So that is just a paper. Is what I call political gimmicks, because you say something that you cannot practice, and you are not ready to honor, those kind of agreements that you put. So we see that it is the same conmanship, manipulation, just only the politics of expediency. So this is their unity. I can say is a unity to just benefit those few elites, those few political elites that they feel, that they are entitled to leadership of this country. They are entitled to misuse the resources of this country. And, of course, the hypocrisy ya William Ruto alizunguka wakati ile akituambia kuwa I need a strong opposition. I don't know, hakuna mambo ya nusu mkate. We are not talking about positions. We are talking of uplifting mama mboga, mtu wa boda boda. Now, are they uplifting mtu wa mboga? Now they are talking of positions. They are talking now of Raila sijui apatiwe prime CS. They have come to the same thing that they are talking about. And lastly, nikimalizia, nimesikia mama akisema about the Western powers infiltration. Yes, we know that there have been Western powers infiltration, but you cannot disconnect Raila from being a puppet. Raila alisomea Germany, na Germany, they are the part of those Western powers. Na umeona kwamba akona very, close ties with Germany. And Germany equal among the European Union. One of the people that they are funding elections, hata saizi unaona wanaongea about IBC and all that, they have even higher, the loudest voice, is European Union. And Raila is very comfortable. He's not talking anything. So how do you disconnect Raila that, attacking mambo ya Western infiltration, and yet he himself ndio ako very much alive nayo. So ni kitu ambao iko na nikumalizia pia Mama Selina, ni kukuambia kuwa usifikirie kwamba ati Western powers or this imperialist watu wanatupenda sana kama wa Kenya. They don't care. It is only that bado hawajafika kiwango kwamba wako na interest sana. Sisi kukuwa na UN habitat hapa ama UN headquarter, it doesn't mean much to them. If Ukraine, they could not protect that much, and yet Ukraine ndio ilikuwa inawasupply na chakula zao na ngano, itakuja kuwa sisi Kenya tunawasupply nini sana? But that is a topic of another day. So kile kitu iko ni kuwa ningeomba wa Kenya wao wakubwa uwe mdogo, tafadhali, we cannot keep doing the same thing the same way and expect different results. Tokeni huko kwa sijui Raila, tokeni huko kwa Wamunyoro, tokeni huko kwa Kasongo. We need a new direction so that we can be able to redeem this country. Tuache kila wakati tunasema Raila sijui akisema left and left. No, Kenya saizi tunataka kupractice a true democracy. The true democracy, you don't depend on one single individual to give you direction. Atakwambia ruka ruka. No, now we have a generation that they have ability to reason, they have ability to judge, they have ability to make proper decision. And we need that space. We need that environment that can be able to give each and every Kenyan ability to grow. Whether you are in business, whether you are in education, whatever you are in innovation, you have ability to reason. Si mambo na kuwa unaambiwa ati ruka ruka. That is insult to the intelligence of this country. Asante sana.
Thank you, Molo, for that submission. And okay, so I have Reverend Lala, who was having a technical glitch on his side, but now beipata. Okay, so earlier, I understand you were here earlier with Shadizo.
Yes, I was here, Douglas, and I think I just couldn't wait to answer Umolo.
Yeah, I've seen you in the comments.
Clear, articulated very well why he thinks Mama Selena's, analysis is off course, and why they had a better idea, him and his group, better idea where Kenya is moving towards, and why he believes all these people should be thrown out and they take over. Well, first of all,
a moment, Lala. Okay, yes. So as you respond to him, I would also want you just tie that together with your response to the question I had asked earlier. Raila says he's not in any sort of coalition; he's in business. So I was just wondering what kind of business he does with the government of the day. So as you just respond to him, maybe you can tie that response.
Thank you for that. That helps me a lot, because that actually tries to help Umolo understand what Mama Selina is talking about. We have a country in danger. Okay, it's not a very simplistic, solution where you come and this is it. And as I stated earlier, when you are in a war, there are two things that you can do. You can use the bombardment and knock down the enemy, or you can infiltrate the enemy, go to the other side, and try to work from within. In some ways, to use spies, intelligence, and all that to use to be able to get into the other side. And it seems to me that Omolomolo idea seems to be not well informed with facts and experience and understanding of how these things are fought. His idea is that we have the answer, just trust us. Based on what? What have you done to trust you on? Because you're telling us of this group people that are ready to take over, throw all these people out, but there's no evidence-based. Even your research, Omolomolo research-based, evidence. You need that much more now outcome for any experiment. So when you come with, you've got an idea, you've got intelligence and all that, no, it has to be based on something. That's why the wisdom is needed, the knowledge is needed. Put it all together to deliver this nation. We need inside and outside to be able to work together. Baba, if I'm understanding him clearly, what Mama Sana is saying and what I think I'm hearing, what he's telling us is simply, I'm not with this Ruto, and it is you who put him there, okay? We have a government that is in place at the moment. And if we don't use wisdom, understanding, we will burn this nation, okay? So let us do it this way. And so he's coming from that perspective. Will that totally eradicate the problem? Maybe not. And Omolomolo Group and others are saying, we have the answer. So let us just come and knock all these people out, but then you are not sure who is sponsoring all these groups. Mama Selina stated clearly that there were other people who were behind even elements of GNCs, and it's coming out very, very clearly. So I don't even know if Omolomolo is sponsored by some of those foreigners or some rich Kenyans to come and talk to us. We don't know. That's why we need a lot of wisdom, understanding to be able to fight this battle. Mama Selena is not with Ruto. He's not supporting Ruto. I've never had her support Ruto. So in fact, she has been very consistent anti-Ruto, okay? So to come and put her there as if she's already joined the other side, I think what we are trying to do here is to bring a country in a more sane way to a place where it can be delivered in the right direction. So we have, fighters on both sides. So we need to be able to figure out how to do this together. But this idea of bashing Raila, everything is bashing Raila. First of all, Omolomolo, you're losing my respect, because the way you guys are doing it, as if you don't even study history, don't even go back and look at where we are coming from. You think the new thing is what will deliver us. We need both sides. We need each other. But from your perspective, clear all these people, and that's the end of it. And that's not the way to win a war. I know exactly how to win a war. There's no way to win a war. A war has to be fought carefully, intelligently. You got to look at the inside. I believe Baba, we know him inside of himself. Ndani yake kabisa ile utu wake ni is a fighter. He's almost a rebel. That's how he has been. Spent many years in jail. Suffered. If you look at his history, he says if we don't have a history, I study sometimes war history, the way wars are fought, how they come from, how they develop the political and political side. You look at what people, what wanasherekea even in their countries, people who stood for something. So you want to tell me that to you, Baba is just this trash guy to be kicked out? I'm hearing people talk about. I think that's the mistake that people are making. Let me not go on. Back to you, Douglas.
Okay, Lala, before you go, just a moment, Omolomolo. Just a moment, order. I know emotions are running high, but okay, just have a question for Lala. Then I'll bring both of you back because I feel like both of you have some right of reply. But before he just turns off his mic, I wanted to ask him. Okay, just wanted to repeat a question Omolo Molo had posed. Don't you think, Lala? Okay, you've explained your point of view, but don't you think that a question here does that, tying our democracy to one man is, detrimental to the very democracy we are trying to protect?
Actually, that is true. That's very, very true. But look at Baba. Baba is not just one man. Baba is a conscience. It's our manhood as men fighting from colonial time to. It's one we can look back to. Every country has somebody they can look up to. Mandela is down there. Yugoslavia, they have their own person. America's Washington. Baba seemed to be that person calling that mentorship for all of us. So Baba is not. I'm glad he's trying to work with everybody. So Baba should be actually one person whom we can all look to. But I don't think he controls how we should think or not think. I may not agree with some of the things that is raising right now, but I cannot go and demonizing him. That is a con man. That's where I have a problem. I agree with the Amolo. We should not be tied to one person, but Baba has never been that one. You can disagree with him. That's why he helped us develop what we have now, a devolved government system. We can talk the way we are talking because of Baba. If you're a good historian, a student, then you won't talk the way you are talking.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Lala. I want to give Mama Selina and Omolomolo to respond to that conundrum that we've been facing there. So 3 minutes to each one of you. Then we move on. Since we still have Furaha and Generali. So Furaha, I can see your mic is on, but just hold it a moment. I just want to clear.
Nilikuwa nataka tu nimwambie, when somebody talk, Amolo, ukisema Mama Selina, I'm just saying what I feel. But kusema china ya mutu mbele kwa microphone, mara hiyo unasema, tunasema maoni vile wewe unasema CNC munasema, and mimi nimepeana historia. Nimesema Raila tangu aanze siasa ako na watu wanamusikiza, na uwezi kuja kulazimisha hiyo watu kwa nguvu. Ni watu wenyewe, ni Raila mwenyewe direction anapeana. Ya mwisho, Omolo, kukucha kwa kifua, umesema tunangojea next week ama tunangojea hii mwezi, maybe next month ama 2027. Amolo, you are not talking to Mama Selina vile tunaongea hapa. There is a government. Kuna mtu ako na uwezo, mulimpatia uwezo. Hata sisi hatukumchagua Ruto. I've been accused in this platform ya kwamba Mama Selina anatetea Ruto ni kama ameenda. Yes, my name inashikana na hiyo ya Ruto, but mimi kama mimi niko na freedom kufikiria vile Wakenya wanafikiria. Niko na freedom kusupport Ruto, niko na freedom kusupport Raila, na hakuna group ingine na support sahi kwa sababu sijaona. We are now talking of Raila and Ruto, ODM na UDA. The rest are none there. Hatuna president nyingine mtu amejitokesha. Hata CNC unasema mumechipanga, hatujaona mtu ingine ya kukombea proposal. Na hata si proposal, mtu anasema anataka kwenda engagement, achasema mwanamke yake ni gani in particular. Is it Grace? Is it Jane? Ninaenda kwa Onyango? Am I going to Kamau? Am I going to Wambua? Am I going to Kibrono for engagement? They have not said that. Nikimalizia, nikasema na usuri, Raila yes, amesoma Germany. Nimesema Western, nimesema America. Mambo yenye inaripikanga ya Raila inatokanga US. Lakini mimi nasema hivi, sisi tumekuwa kwa hiyo serikali enyewe, wakati ya ukweli ni watu wase ama watu wale wanataka hand over, wanataka generation yenye watakuja kusimamisha nchi. They cannot be there for more than 20 years or even ama miaka 10, but we are saying heshima si utumwa. Hiyo matusi munatumia, unatusi Biblia kwanza. Wewe Biblia inakwambia you have your grandfathers in your homes, mko na mababa zenu wengine ni wase. Kwesi amuka nakwambia baba yako umekuwa mchinga na amekusaa. Raila may not be your father, but ako that age. Mimi kama mtu Mama Selina, my father is 96 anaenda 97 and he's still alive, na ninamheshimu na mimi nasikia. Siwezi kuja hapa kutusi baba ya watu wengine ama msee mwingine, ni kama vile nesa tusi baba yangu. Hii generation inakuja, the leadership itawakuta, na kwa sababu hamtaki kuchukua leadership na heshima, mnataka na matusi. Si ati mutamaliza wala wanawafuata. Unajua usuri ya hii mambo inakuwa handover tu. So mimi badala nimalize wakati nimeshukuru, but wakati tuna discuss, please don't go to a name. Usikuje kusema Mama Selina, nilisema maoni. Na mimi maoni sangu ninasema kulingana na vile simeenda. Ukiwa mwerefu PhD kama Ruto, ama kama kuna ingine masomo ingine kubwa kushinda hiyo, sisi wengine tuko na ile masomo tulipata na tuko na wisdom ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Hatukuchangi hapa kupishana na nyinyi wenye mko na manaita nini ma VAT na profesa sa kitabu. Sisi wengine tuko na wisdom ya Mwenyezi Mungu, na tuko na leadership ile tuliona kwa wakati ya Moi, ikakuja Kibaki, imekuja Uhuru, sasa ni Ruto. You young people go slowly. Thank you.
Okay, but sinyenyewe wazee mlisema kiwa na PhD huwezi ambiwa na mtu mwenye ana. But anyway, Molo, right of reply, 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. Kwanza Mama Selina, thanks. Unajua nikisema Mama Selina because you represent your statement. Kwa hivyo hata mimi nikiongea kama Molo, I represent, for the group that we believe in what we believe. So you can use me as a reference point. Lakini siwezi sema kuwa ati I'm accusing you of what you are saying. It is a normal, when we are discussing, because you are just representing, you are just a tool. Ile kitu nataka kumwambia Reverend Lala kwanza ni kuwa I'm disappointed.
Unaweza rudia hapo. We tool, nimesema maoni, unasema I represent what? Nina represent wase ama nina represent serikali? Sema vizuri.
Hapana, una represent what?
Usijali yangu, tuseme tu na maoni.
Okay, sawa, well guided. But mimi mnaweza kunirefer mimi mwenyewe, manake I represent on for my belief on people that we believe we share the same line of thoughts. So unaweza kunitumia kama reference point. Anyway, Reverend Lala, kwanza I'm disappointed that there are some people at this era that they believe kuwa ukiongea your mind, when you speak your mind, you are sponsored to speak. I want to tell you that I cannot be sponsored to speak my mind, and I will always speak my mind. So there is no one that is sponsoring another one to come and speak here or somewhere else. Just the way you are speaking your mind, that is the way I'm speaking. So this notion, it is part of propaganda by this regime, that because when the young people come and air their views and voices, they are paid. I don't know by which organization. I don't know, they are paid by foreigners. I don't know, they are funded by millionaires. Because we have a culture in this country where this manipulation has been going on to an extent. people don't believe that somebody can have independent mind to talk, to speak, what they feel. So, and that is why we are having this tussle. When you talk of history, everyone has their own opinion, even in that history, because you refer even Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela was regarded as an international icon. But some of us, we saw Nelson Mandela, we saw a traitor in him. Somebody that you have been jailed, your people have been killed, tortured for 27 years, only for you to come, shake hand with the oppressor and saying you're working with the oppressor. That is why South Africa today is in the crisis about, the land issue, which Mandela, which they fought for many, many years. But Mandela did not come to resolve. He just come and want to enjoy, the government at the expense of the people. And it is the exact same draft that Raila has been playing. Kwa Mama Selina kusema kuwa tunaheshimu wazee, ni muhimu kuwa na heshima katika society. Na kusema kwamba kuwa na heshima ni heshima katika kila generation. Sio tu kuwa ni wazee peke yake. Even my fellow youth or my fellow citizen, we have lazima tuheshimiane. Na ile heshima iweze kudumu most of the time, kwanza naanza mimi mwenyewe kwanza kujiheshimu. Nikianza kujiheshimu, alafu na mwingine ajiheshimu na mwingine ajiheshimu, hiyo heshima inakuwa equal. Because heshima si kitu ya kulazimisha, kitu ya kwanza. Na haimaanishi kwamba mzee wakati umekosea watu hauwezi kuambiwa sababu unaheshimiwa. If Raila kweli angeanza kwa kujiheshimu na hao wazee wengine, akina Mudavadi, akina Wamunyora, akina nani, wangeanza kujiheshimu, wangekuwa katika space ambao tungeweza kuheshimu. Wangekuwa wamekaa kando, at least wakapeana mantle. Wamepeleka this country for the past 60 years na tuendelee, kila wakati ni shida, tukirudi kwa shida. So instead of them imposing themselves, kama wanataka heshima, wangekaa kama wazee wa heshima, wakawacha nafasi kwa watu ambao wanaweza kuendesha, alafu wakakaa tu pale wakaheshimia kama wazee, opinion leaders, wanatoa tu their experiences and advices. But since bado wanang'ang'ania na tunaona kwamba they are selfish, that is, hiyo ndio wamejikosea heshima, and it is their choice kujikosea heshima. So sio tukua ati wamekosea watu heshima hivyo. Kuna wazee wengi sana age yake na wako tu nyumbani na wanaheshimika, hata wakienda kwa marusi, wakienda wapi, they are treated with dignity, nobody is painting bad on their name. But yeye ameamua kuja katika murky waters, always anakuwa katika those controversial scenes. That is why heshima endi anajipunguzia. So ikiwa ni mambo ya heshima, it is his decision and it is their decision ambao wataamua kwamba wanataka waheshimike ama wanataka kuendelea na hiyo mambo yao. Reverend Lala, you talk about history. I don't know which history exactly you are reading that we are not reading. Because if you are talking history of Raila as an individual and the milestone that you want to say that he has undertaken, I think history is judging him on 50-50 basis, because he has not been that reformist as he want to put himself. Nikasema kwa mfano, you are saying that to win a war, of course there are tactics that you have to use. One of the tactics is you have to fight within. He has attempt those tactics in previous wars and it has never succeeded. Aliingia kwa serikali ya Uhuru ndani, akasema anataka kubadilisha ndani. But what happened? He did not even win election. Na akaendelea tu kuja hata kufanya sisi tumwage damu, akisema kwamba ameibiwa. So that is why I'm saying, if umefungua biashara na umefanya mwaka wa kwanza, umefika miaka 5 na hiyo biashara yako haikupatii profit, why should you continue? Close that business and look for another alternative business to do that will give you profit. Sasa yeye amekuwa 2007 kwa serikali ndani 50-50. What happened in 2012? Akakosa kubadilisha anything. Akakuja akaingia tena 2017. What happened? Akakosa tena kubadilisha anything. Aliingia 1997 kwa serikali ya Moi. What happened in 2002? Hakukuwa na option, ikabidi kuja unge Mwai Kibaki. So something is wrong. And kama hawezi kuwa kila wakati anadanganya Wakenya akisema ati mimi naenda ndani kwa badilishia, because this is not the first attempt. And for us,
Okay.
I need to go, but let me just
Douglas.
stop you. Number
Okay.
one, we have
A
this
moment.
time together. We are talking because of Raila. Okay, we have the whole government because of Raila. The space that we are sharing because of Raila. That's not a con man, my brother.
Okay.
Yes.
Molo, Molo.
Maybe Raila is not a con man, but he has been using contacts to stay afloat in the political spaces. Anyway, wacha tuacha hapo. So ile kitu iko tukisema kwamba we are draining the swamp, or it is not a matter kuwa kuwa ati tunasema it is a generational change, that we are saying that we have old leaders who have lived with integrity, who are very accountable, and who they believe in justice. Those are the people that we are saying that we need their advices, we need to join with the rest of the Kenyans. But where we are having problem about the swamp issue are these politicians that they keep on recycling themselves na kutudanganya. Tunatumia 6 billion kwenda kwa uchaguzi. Only tumalize uchaguzi, watoto hawaendi shule, madawa hakuna hospitali, alafu wale watu ambao walikuwa wanashindana wanaenda kufanya handshake. Mbona hamkufanya handshake before muende kwa hiyo uchaguzi? Mumeelicit emotions za watu, hata zingine mnafanya watu wanapigana, damu zinamwagwa. Hizo pesa 6 billion ingekuwa imefanya kazi kubwa, ingekuwa imejenga madarasa nyingi, only for you to go. So when you have leaders that they don't have principles, they keep on shifting the goals always. Those are not leaders. So we are tired with them. And that is why tukisema kwamba we are draining the swamp, we need to drain the politician and have leaders.
Thank you, Molo Molo. Fura, nimeona you have something burning.
Yeah.
I'll allow you to just pass
Yes,
it. When you're done, we'll have
yes,
Generali. Then... Okay.
Okay, Molo. I don't know if he was here when the clips that were played by Shadizo as we began this session, today's talks, because he's making one statement. We have people of credibility also who made statements regarding that same person that he's talking about. We had Kiraitu Murungi, Orengo, Koigi Wamwere, and all.
But
yes,
Orengo. Okay,
and
before you go on,
just
Orengo,
let me execute. You were silent when Molomolo was executing, maybe because we agree with his points. Let me just execute. When I'm done, then you can chip in. Don't stop me. You didn't stop Molomolo when he executed for a while. Yes, let me just execute, and then if you disagree, just take a note, and then you can come back and say,
just raising a point.
Raise it after I have finished, because now you're distorting my thought, and I want to respond to something that was raised long back, because Omolo raised it quite a while before. So if you cut me short, I'm not going to be able to execute, and yet he executed for a while. Yes, and then now it's like a right of reply or a response to what he has raised. So let me raise it to him, and then if you have an input,
just carry on,
please. So you see, we all have our take on what this person means to the country, to the cause of justice, to the fight against bad governance. And all I want to point out is that I don't know if he was a voter. I don't know if he voted in 2017 or if he voted in 2022. I don't know if he chose Uhuru. I don't know if he chose Ruto. Because you see, what he is executing, the argument that he is raising is about, vilifying people who have gone before us. Douglas, I have said before that if you take a bullet for me, let's say you don't die, but that bullet was supposed to hit me and it hit you. If at a later point you can't do the same. It will not take away from the first time that you took a bullet for me. That is something that we need to carry home. That, things change. Sometimes when they change, they remain the same. But the lots that are so angry, a majority of the people who are so angry are the same people. The people they are vilifying right now, our generation and past, said this person will not make a good president. Did they listen? No. They went ahead and said, oh no, this is a good person. We are going with the younger generation. In fact, when they were choosing Uhuru Ruto, it was the digital team. We didn't see much in those years. Now they're saying even when Raila came, nothing happened. But Uhuru was able to execute some of his policies in the last 5 years. Even if it cost Raila his seat, that he worked with Uhuru, but he did work with him, and there were some positives that came out of that. You see, the problem is, even when we want to make corrections, don't rubbish everything. It's not, we are not coming from everything that was ever done by Raila and his alks and the people who came before him. It's not all garbage. You see, you learn when you pick from what is negative, what is positive. You cannot dwell on the negative and say, based on this negative, I am going forward and I'm going to change everything. Because my advice is this: if we want to take out Ruto, this is the same person who outmaneuvered Uhuru. And the Gen Z and Gen Zote and the people who feel the fresh blood and the new brains and the people with integrity and the people with, the ideas that we want to bring in, this is my advice. We do not have an opposition as this constitution sits. Let us get it straight. Let's get our facts right. And if somebody wants you to believe that ODM was supposed to sit on this side and challenge the government, that is wrong. John Kiari of Dagoretti South is supposed to challenge the president for his people in Dagoretti. The same way with Babu, the same way with an MP in the rural area. They are all supposed to work for me. My MP is supposed to work for me, so that if the executive is raising something that does not work in my favor, they're supposed to challenge that. That is the constitution that we agreed upon when we put in the 2010 constitution. All members of parliament, whether it's Ichungwa in majority or Junet in minority or whoever, they are all supposed to check the executive. It is not a role. Raila is not the opposition leader. ODM is not an opposition party. It was a minority by virtue of fraud. But the court set it straight that Azimio, actually not ODM, Azimio was the majority. Azimio and Kenya Kwanza were all supposed to check the executive. When we Kenyans,
but are they?
The political class, they make us, slaves. They're slaves because we ourselves, we buy into the narratives that they sell to us. And as we continue, because even now we don't want Ruto. Our MPs, if they were working for us, they could have helped us to impeach him. They combine wale wa Kenya Kwanza wenye wataki Ruto na wale wote wa Azimio wenye wataki Ruto. One way is to impeach him. They can't do that because they have their own interests. And we are buying into the narratives that they sell us. So if we want to make a change, let us not rubbish each other. Douglas, I am not your enemy just because I believe that Raila has, lived a good course. I am not your enemy. I am your fellow Kenyan who also wants the good things for this. The only thing is we are all going about it in different ways. Let us appreciate that some people feel this is the best route. This is the best route. When we converge and say, okay, I get your idea, but can you also buy into mine? You get my idea, but you're also telling me, can we also do this and then add on to that, and then we get to the right place? But the moment we are we are tearing ourselves down, there's this young boy who was on the show and said, an organized minority will always win against a disorganized majority. Right now, we are a disorganized majority. Rather than check on who is going to sit on the panel that is going to elect the IEBC, let us change. We can even say, why do we need to go manual? Why can't we go fully digital? Yeah, so that, you know, we are not being told kuna vitabu mbili 34 ni gani zilikuwa set mbili za vitabu zikawekwa extra, you know, so that why can't we, as the young people who are ICT savvy, we are competing out there in the world as Kenyans. You know, we are keyboard warriors. We are so good on the. Why can't we push as young people? Those are the narratives I need to hear. How many people are you registering? Are we talking about the people who have gotten the IDs? Because 8 million did not vote the last time, and they had their registration. They were registered. They didn't vote. A majority of those people who didn't vote were first-time voters. They are the Gen Zs who are making noise right now. So if we put our heads together and we realize, who are we fighting? It is not me who is in Raila's wing or Mudavadi's wing. We should look at the enemy and focus on the dartboard and hit the bull's eye. The moment we are still dividing ourselves, oh, this is on this wing, this is on this wing, that is where we're losing it. And I think that's where I'll leave it.
Okay, thank you.
Can I say
No. Lala,
just 1 minute.
You know, I've not listened to Generali, I've not listened to Jakindube.
Just clarifying something.
We are running out of time.
Just stated.
Very well.
Look, a moment. You know, I just want us to edge towards the close. So I just wanted to pose a different question. Then I'll just listen to sweeping remarks from everybody, all the way to Jakindube. So on my, private chat, there's Furabad who's just spoken, saying we are stuck on government and opposition, but it is not there. There is no opposition. Parliament as a whole is supposed to check executive, period. But my question is, I was listening to Parliament today. It was a repeat, and there was Kimani Ichung'wah, the leader of majority, attacking the office of the Auditor General and the controller of budget. Just discrediting their reports, saying that the Auditor General's report is null and void unless Parliament approves it, and the control of budget, I don't know, doesn't approve budgets. Just basically attacking those two offices and just discrediting them. And the leader of minority, I can't remember his name, but you can help me there. Yeah, Junet. Junet stood up and said the same thing. Okay, so I was, it's just something that bothered me. And when you say that Parliament is supposed to check the executive, I just wonder what Parliament.
They don't.
Now that no, just a moment.
They don't.
Before you.
Yeah, they are supposed to.
No, just let me finish.
That yes, you are becoming a dictator too. You want to be a GNC, but a great dictator.
No, I'm posing a question. I think I've just listened to everybody today.
Lala amekuuliza swali unamwambia no. Now for
no, I don't think that will work. I think I've listened to everybody. I've not interrupted everybody. I've had a balanced discussion with you people. And if there's anybody who feels like I've muffled their opinion, then you're free to say so. I'm posing a question, then I'll let you respond in whatever way you wish. But you have to let me finish posing the question. I'll let you respond however you want, and I'll let our viewers discern for themselves. Okay? So I'm just, it's just, I was just wondering if Parliament really exists for us people, or what is Parliament really protecting? Because attacking independent institutions, I think that is very low. And that's just my question. So I'm going to take sweeping remarks from all of you. I'm going to start with Generali, who's not spoken for a while. Then we'll take it from there. So over to you, Generali.
Thank you, Douglas. Although I would have wanted to contribute on the matter of the Gen Z, but allow me to take the shortest time.
Just tie everything you have together.
Yeah, I would integrate the two and taking the very shortest time. Now, talking about what happens in Parliament, majorly this is what we looked for, because after the election, the issue was taken to court, and the contention about whether Ruto won or not. And you can remember the exact descriptions of the then, the CJ, this, hot air and all sorts of things. So if now it turns that the National Assembly is discrediting the court, is discrediting the controller of budget, and all the other agencies that are claimed to be independent, this is their own doing, because the courts made it look like Kenyans are on their own, and now they are suffering from the same government they created. So that is not so good for me and for any Kenyan. But this is this was created partly by us. The controller of budget, if you looked at what Junet said, is that many of the governors have reports that for a budget to be approved, you have to part ways with some amount. I don't know whether you got to that point. You have to bribe officers in there so that your allocations are approved. So these are things, because that office reports to the National Assembly. That is how it is. It reports to the National Assembly. So the Assembly has the ability to make comments however they want. But the question is, are these claims true, that there are corruption cases by the controller of budget for allocations to be made? These are something that is very serious. But at the same time, they report to the same house. So the same house has to discuss those reports before they are published. But apparently, from my view, they are playing the populist politics by publishing these reports to make the government look like there is a lot of inappropriate spending, which I know that is true. That is true from where we sit, from where I sit. But this is partly because of our own mess. People rushed, especially the young people, to vote in President Ruto, and this is what we were telling them is likely to happen. It is now happening. So that brings me to the issue of Omolo. I really envy and like what the young people or the Gen Zs are doing. I still believe I'm also a Gen Z. It is only that I do not do much of the things the way they do them. We must do things responsibly, and we must come in peace. These people are coming in violently. So even if you had a good thing to say and do for this country, but the way you do it is scaring everyone. If the best you could do was to ban the National Assembly, was to try to kill members of parliament, if that was the best that we could do, I think even if we are the next people to take over leadership and to take over, the control of political affairs in this country, it is right that we do it peacefully and responsibly. And the most important thing is, let us look at history and let us read history, because that forms part of us being responsible. If you say Raila this, Raila that, well, that is true. But you must be historically informed. It must not be superficial so that you read a few of it and then you are here coming to tell us ABC. No. Raila has done so much good to this country. The only thing you need to do is to take your time, read. It is not that late. You can read to inform yourself. If there is a new movement coming in next week or tomorrow or next month, do not try to hate anyone who has a different opinion, because they are entitled to it. They have a right to it. The same way you have a right to form a new front is the same way they have a reason and a democratic right to support whoever they want. And you see, from now up to 2027, it is too long. There are several political events that will occur, there will be new realignments. And so these new things that are coming into the lot of force will not even be there. So let us relax. If we really, if young people are coming in, they have to do that responsibly, and you have to relax, and you have to respect the opinion of others, because the world will not start and end with you. There are people who came before you. You are here with the rest. Some will also come. So tukuje pole pole. About the 10 points that the gentleman raised, he has left. That number 6 of the 10 points were violated on Sunday when they went to the church. That was not the right thing to do. People have gone to worship. You're going to cause violence in that church. Some of the members there have not, they don't have an idea what we're talking about. The 20 million, it was given to them. They have a right to go there and worship. You're going in to cause violence in that church. You're destroying properties. You're stealing from people. You're blocking roads. And then you say that that is a peaceful protest. If you're the same people who banned the National Assembly, if you're given the chance without the police, you would burn down the church. So the police were just doing because if you look at the self-proclaimed leader, Morara Kebas, on Monday last week he posted and said, on Sunday, let us go to that church. We are going to fight in the pulpit. So if you share such an information, there are so many people who follow him. There are so many people who believe in him. So the police operates on intelligence. They will deploy to ensure that no property is destroyed, no lives are lost, no roads are blocked. If there was to be a peaceful protest, because if you look at what everyone was doing on TikTok, and these people are very are very dangerous on how they come. They use the TikTok to serialize this idea so that by the time it is occurring, many people are already agitated. They're coming with the anger. Then when the police come there, you're saying you're meeting a lot of police brutality. Some of these things, we can do them the right way. I will bring the attention to their demonstrations going on in the US about Tesla and Elon Musk in Boston. Those people are standing on the side of the road. No one is blocking the roads. They're just singing. They're just saying their things. They're not smoking. They're not drinking. No one is stealing from people. And their voices are being heard. It is making sense. If the Gen Zs are coming to be part of the decisions in this country, let us come responsibly and in peace. But all these threats, all this term chasing, all this name calling is inappropriate. And I see many of them are funded, and that's a fact that no one can dismiss. I remember last year between June and July, during those demonstrations, we work for people who are outside this country. During that period, it was difficult for them to send us money, especially from the Western countries. It would be held for 6 or 8 hours, doing a lot of interrogation and so forth, because they knew there were a lot of funding coming in from the Western countries. So most of these very abnormal energies are just funded. I thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you generally for that. Jakindube, we've not heard from Jakindube since he entered the studio. Jakindube.
Asante sana na wasalimia wote.
Hali vipi?
Kwamba salama na wasalimia mjambo. Mimi kidogo nimekuwa na homa kidogo, lakini ninapata nafuu. Sasa mimi kitu ninachotaka kusema ni kwamba nimesikia ndio Omolo siku ile tulizungumza akatoka kabla sijazungumza, lakini nimesikia sana hii jina ya mtu Raila. Sasa mimi nashindwa kwamba saa nyingine watu hawafuati, ingawaji anasema tuangalie history, lakini saa nyingine watu hawafuati events zile zinafanyika. Hizi cooperation zote Raila amekuwa nazo, si yeye anaenda kutafuta hao watu, ni yeye huwa anatafutwa. Wakati wa Moi ukiangalia hata kwa hii kuna yule jamaa aliandika walienda kumtafuta. Na ukitafutwa na unaona ni kutaka kufanya nchi ama ile vurugu ambayo ipo isiwepo, ni vizuri kufanya hivyo. Wakati wa Kibaki watu sana wanamsifu kwamba wakati wa Kibaki ilikuwa na Kibaki aliiba. Tunakubali na mtu ambaye anaiba, anafanya watu wanakufa wengi, na bado watu wanamsupport. Wa Kenya tunamsupport huyo mtu bila kuona yale makosa amefanya. Alafu sasa mnalaumu mtu ambaye amedhulumiwa, lakini akasema sitaki watu waendelee kufa, wache tufanye kazi pamoja. Sasa Raila analaumiwa na Kibaki ambaye aliiba na kuapishwa usiku. Mtu anaapishwa usiku, watu wa Kenya wanakubali kwamba hiyo ni sawa kwa sababu ni kabila yetu, au what is the maana yake nini? Wakati wa uhuru watu wengi watu wa makanisa au maaskofu, watu wengi walikuwa wanasema Raila na Uhuru wanatakiwa wakae chini wazungumze. Nchi iko mbaya. Raila akikubali wakizungumza, Raila amekuwa mbaya. Sasa watu wa Kenya wanataka namna gani? Wakati wa Uhuru waangalieni, wa maaskofu nani, watu wengi, hata anaitwa Imanyara alisema anaomba Raila wakae chini na Uhuru wazungumze. Nchi iko na problem. Raila alipokaa chini na Uhuru wakazungumza, Raila amekuwa traitor. Sasa mnataka Raila afanye nini? Akisema wakati wa uchaguzi watu wanamwambia pana, wewe lazima usimame. Akisimama hamumchagui. Sasa Raila ni kitu kigumu sana. Mimi nataka kusema kwamba watu wasiseme tu ati Raila hakuenda kutafuta Ruto. Uhuru Raila alisema Uhuru alimuomba. Mbona watu hawamuulizi Uhuru? Mbona sikii mtu akisema juu ya Uhuru? Watu wengine wamekuwa appointed kutoka kwa Jubilee. Wamekuwa appointed kwa hii chama kwa hii serikali. Mbona hao watu hawazungumziwi? Hawa watu watano tu wa kutoka ODM ndio watu wanazungumzia juu yao. Hiyo ni kuonyesha hiyo ni njia moja ambayo ni bias. Haifai namna hiyo. Hata wakati baada ya uchaguzi, baada ya kuchaguana ikawa Azimio ndio wana wabunge wengi. Sasa ukitaka kujua Wakenya ni wanafiki, ninyi mko wengi na wabunge wote, unajua mimi naona watu sisi kama Wakenya hatujui sheria, hatujui hata bunge inafanya kazi namna gani, hatujui. Hata hao wabunge hawajui. Kwa sababu wabunge wote, mtu yeyote mbunge, hata sisi wote ambao sisi wote ni tuko chini ya serikali moja, sio serikali mbili. Uchaguzi ikiisha mnakuwa chini ya serikali moja, president mmoja. So hakuna vile utasema mimi sikuchagua au nini, kwa sababu wote tunatoa kodi. So hawa wabunge wanafikiria kwamba akitoka kwa chama chake, upande wa chama chake, aende upande wa ile chama ya president, ndiye atapata maendeleo. Hiyo ni kutojua kazi ile ameenda kufanya pale, kwa sababu hawa wabunge ambao walikuwa kwa Azimio wa vyama vingine walitoroka mara moja na kujiunga upande ule mwingine. Sasa hiyo ni Raila. Tena nataka kumjulisha kwamba Raila sio mpinzani. Raila sio kiongozi wa upinzani. Ukisha shindwa, wewe ni mtu tu, wewe ni Mkenya tu kama mtu Mkenya mwingine. Tulikuwa tunataka constitution ambayo ilikuwa ambayo ilikuwa imefanywa ile ya Bomas, ilikuwa na opposition leader ambaye mnaweza kumwambia haya bwana, hii opposition leader alikuweko. Hii ambayo tuko nayo saa hii ya Amerika, hakuna opposition leader, hakuna. Kuna tu yule minority na majority, na wote wanatakiwa wafanye kazi kazi moja tu ya kuchunguza kwamba serikali inafanya kazi vizuri. Lakini mimi ninawaambia vitu vya kukopi, vitu ambavyo una kopi ya mtu akitunga wimbo, hata ukiimba namna gani vizuri huwezi kuimba. So hizi vitu tunakopi vitu ambavyo hatujui kuvitumia kabisa, kwa sababu naona hii constitution hatujui kuitumia, hatujui hata kidogo. Hata sisi wananchi hatujui hiyo constitution iko namna gani, lakini sisi wepesi sana kumlaumu mtu mmoja anaitwa Raila. Akiposema tunalalamika, akisema tunalalamika, asiposema kitu tunalalamika. Mnataka Raila afanye nini? Mimi kwa maoni yangu, mimi labda siungi, lakini kitu mimi nasema tusiwe saa zote tunalaumu Raila. Kama mtu ana uwezo wa kufanya kitu, tufanye tu hiyo kitu. Maana si Raila peke yake ndio kama sisi tunaona uchungu wa nchi yetu, mtu yoyote ambaye anaona uchungu wa nchi yetu kwamba inaenda vibaya, amka na uende ufanye, sio kumlaumu Raila wakati anafanya yake. Kwa sababu wakati anafanya, Raila amefanya mambo mengi, alikuwa amefungwa. Hata sikumuona siku moja akija akilaumu watu kwamba ninyi mlinifanya nikafungwa. Hasemi. So sisi kwa nini tunalalamika? Kwa nini watu wanalalamika? Kama wewe unasikia Raila alipofungwa hakulalamikia mtu yoyote, mpaka leo hajalalamikia mtu yoyote. So wewe kama mtu yoyote ambaye anaona uchungu kwamba nchi yetu inaenda vibaya, amka, simama, face hiyo vita, badala ya kulaumu mtu mwingine kusema huyu amefanya hivi. Hapana. Kwa sababu hata kama ni demonstration, hakuna mtu anakataza mtu kufanya demonstration sahihi. Raila hajakataza mtu yoyote kufanya demonstration. Watu wafanye tu demonstration. Lakini watu wetu sisi wa Kenya hatujui kitu gani tunataka. Asante sana.
Asante Jakindube kwa mchango wako huo. Nitamsikiza Mama Selina. Marcelina anasema nimekuwa dictator.
Batia lala yangu, mi nimetosheka.
So Lala, you have you can take it from there.
Asante.
Okay, I don't know if you remember the question I'd posed about
question?
Parliament. Maybe you can just tie it with everything you have.
A question gani hiyo?
I just posed a question about the minority in Parliament and the majority in Parliament just uniting to undermine independent institutions.
I think watu wetu hawajelewa kikatiba, maanake hatuna opposition, na sijui kwa nini watu hata wamesoma wanazungumza hiyo opposition. Kuna just one government, minority and the majority. So that's why there are governors from different parties. So the government yenyewe, all parliamentarians are part of the government when you think about it. The senators and others, those are part of the government. The same way in the US, there's nothing like opposition leader. Hakuna hiyo vile Kindu amesema. So this idea to attack opposition, a strong opposition leader, that's not in the constitution. People yet talk about it all the time. Watu wanazungumza habari ya opposition leader, ni opposition leader. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Leader tu ni raia kama sisi. Na lakini watu wanafikiria yeye ni opposition leader. Basi I think we have a problem. Shida yetu hapo nyumbani hapa Kenya ni watu kutoelewa namna mambo inaendelea, na hasa vijana tunawahitaji. We need that energy. I think they are key to our liberation, but they can be misused. They can be part of the problem rather than offering a solution. Right now we are on the brink. Vita nilikuwa nimeanza kuzungumza zamani earlier on of a disaster, because when you see a lot of stealing and killing and all that, it means they are very angry and they are quite upset. And the danger is that a lot of the young people, Gen Zs, they are savvy with internet. They are able to do a lot of things. Just one person can appear as if there are 100 of them based on what they do on the internet. And so that can create a false hope, like Molo, making all these false can be nothing making, but can create this idea that this thing's going to happen when actually nobody's there to do anything. So let us put all those energies together, continue to do what we know best, stand for truth, good governance. Let all fight, but the government is one. Whatever it is that we do to make it work for all of us is what is needed. Whatever we need for the time being, it has to work for all of us. And I believe if truth comes out, if good governance starts showing, people start doing their own thing, it's possible that the government may fall very, very quickly, as those hizo madambi ambazo wamefanya kule mbele, things like election problems, the stealing and all that. So if it comes to the point where lazima tuwe na serikali mpya, yani tuwe na election earlier, ni sawa tu, lakini tuwe na Kenya ambaye inasaidia, ambaye watu wanaweza kusema tuko na nchi ambayo tunaweza kukalia bila uoga, bila kupoteza maisha. namna inafanyika wakati huu. So kwangu mimi naona vijana poeni kidogo na tena, lakini don't compromise your truth, your integrity. And that's the reason why Omolo Molif was here. Many of us follow Raila because he tend to be that symbol that help us to see the true north, because he's never compromised his beliefs, his conviction. All the time I've watched him, he's always on the goal. And that's why many people still believe in him, because we can see an example. Young people coming in, we want that energy, we want that innocence, but let it be mixed with seasoned leaders like Baba. And I think that way we can have young leadership and old leadership working together. Good leaders don't have to be old, or they can also be young. So, but let's all be able to, let's do this work together, and let us be good students of these people that claim to be leaders. Let us give the right people honor, and the right people the leadership that they deserve. That way we will do better. And to my friend Omolo, the young man, when I hear him talk about against Mandela's, talk about against Baba's, then I think he's misguided. I think you can disagree with somebody, but the core value of that person, to call them whatever name used against this man that we look up to, is really, really sad. Otherwise, thank you. Back to you, Douglas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lala, for that submission. I've gotten you loud and clear. So, Furaba, you get the right here, the final remark. Okay, so I feel like my question has not been expressed very as comprehensively as I wanted. But since you raised the issue of parliament and opposition,
yes,
hopefully
parliament.
you will provide.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That parliament does not work the way it's supposed to work, because even them, they keep wanting us to also sell to us the same narrative of the opposition and the government. So somebody goes there and they do Ruto's bidding, yet they're supposed to do what the electorate sent them to do. And as the electorate, we are the ones who are now supposed to check parliament. You see, there are these levels. And the only place that it has ever seemed to work a bit is the devolved government, where we've had MCAs checking the governor to the extent of impeaching, because what they're doing at that level is the same thing that at the national level, the parliamentarians are supposed to do. They're supposed to check the executive, and if something is not right, they should rally together to make sure they can correct the mischief or the non-performance or whatever it is that the executive is doing wrong. Because we have to agree as young, especially as young people, that we are not going, if you're not going to buy into the old narratives, as you say, there was a time when, the level of governments were not clear, but government has three arms. So when you say government, you're talking the executive, you're talking the judiciary, and you're talking the legislature. And the moment we try to merge them and not make them distinct, independent arms that we can make accountable, the people, they go there, and the politicians, they go there and they take advantage of the fact that we are not keen on making the boundaries, that we know the judiciary is not supposed to be in bed with the executive, the legislature is not supposed to be in bed with the executive, because they know that for us, we are looking out, we are still seeking this opposition that is not existent. As the electorate, we are not putting checks and balances, because we are now supposed to task our MPs to be responsible. You task your MP, you say, I'm not happy with how Ruto is governing. I elected you to go and represent me there. This is what I want you to do. That is what is lacking in our space. So we continue now to try and put accountability where it shouldn't be. So that responsibility doesn't lie with some opposition in quotes, which does not exist. It lies with the people that we have elected. If we understand that, then we are all taking responsibility now. Parliament has failed, executive has failed, we have failed. If we all check and place the balances the way they are supposed to be, those people will be alert, knowing that the electorate are not going to just shout Ruto directly. They'll go through the authority that they've devolved to us. We've handed them the authority so that they go there and also deal with. When they fail, then we lump them together and we take them out as a whole. But if we try to lay blame here and leave others out, it doesn't work. And I would just leave with an analogy that if I have a note, a new 1,000 Kenya shilling note, it's something that I've had elsewhere. And if I give it to you, the value is 1,000. If I dip it in water and I crunch it, the value is still 1,000. If I rub it on the ground and I put mud on it, the value of that crunchy old note is still 1,000. If I tear it into pieces, so long as all the pieces are still there, if I take it to the bank, the value will still be 1,000 Kenya shillings. So it will not matter how much we rubbish people who have come before us. If their value was 1,000 Kenya shillings, it will remain 1,000 Kenya shillings. You can rubbish them enough, you can do whatever you want. What we need to do is be the change that we desire. Those are, there are statements that we keep on saying, but we can achieve it. The only way we can achieve it is can we remove our focus from blame? Can we remove our focus from blaming? Oh, you've done us wrong. He has done wrong. He has done wrong. For argument's sake, let's say it is a fact that he has done wrong. Why are we stuck there? Why are we stuck there? In his youth, when he was your age, he was taking on an octogenarian. Ruto, by Moi standards, it is child's play. You couldn't mention the name Moi comfortably anywhere, not even in your house, because you are afraid tomorrow they will come for you. We lived through that era, some of us. We know what was happening when we were in university. It is not even comparable. Rather than sit and lay blame on somebody, he was out there. He was taken as an individual. He was shimo latewa wapi. So this person you are saying, when it was his time, like yours, he made use of it. And even if you can't see it now, those who were there at that time, we saw it, we felt it, we know what it meant. And if anybody wants to be counted, go out there and do the same. Don't blame the person who has been there, done this, done that. You are here now. If he had concentrated on blaming, I don't think he would be who he is right now. But he went out there and said, okay, I'm going to fight from outside. I can't make it. I'm going to fight from within. I'm going to fight from without. I'm going to take a different approach. So I think that is where we need to go. Make the changes that we need so that in 2027, if we are going to take it through the ballot, then the vote has to count. If it is not going to count, we are wasting our time.
Okay, thank you, Furabad and Lala, Jakindu Bay, Generali, Marcelina, Bernard who was here before, Molo, everybody was here before. Before I close, I'm going to take a few comments. Hassan Costa in the comment section saying, Jakindu Bay hakuna tofauti ya Raila na wezi wengine. wote ni chanda na pete. Okay. Different comment on a topic we had earlier. Kwani hii kesi ya Yondo sister Mandago haijawahi isha? Okay. We have Calvin Kireta who says, you can't live in history, man. That's why you don't go forward. Okay. Jim Mombati says, Parliament is gone. I think I'd put that comment up earlier. The power party positions have on MPs, especially now that some members questioning the government are removed from committees, even as Azimio. Calvin Skireta again says, Kenya, nothing has changed. That's why the pond has to be drained. Calvin Ochieng says, stop calling Raila names. Mwania, Babayako. Okay, there's an insult there. I'm not going to read it out. Calvin again says, which space did Raila fought for? And yet Kenyans are still being abducted and is just watching. Oh, okay. Beloriri, who's in the studio with me right now, was just saying, excellent presentation, Mama Selina. I think that was on a previous, when I first posted that question on her submission. Then we have Innocent Joe Obiri who says, somebody tell Sakaja of the machine that makes 1 million chapos, but I am selling it at 2.2 billion cash and installment is 2.7 billion. That is concerning Ruto's pledge to buy a machine that makes 1 million chapos a day. But anyway, just a comment of a quote I was looking for by Juvenal, a guy named Juvenal, who is a poet from ancient Rome. It says, give them bread and circuses, and they will never revolt. I just leave that with you, concerning what we are seeing right now in the country. We're seeing the president going around, just amusing the masses with motorcades and all this stuff. I don't know what the end goal is, but it's just recycling the same lies over and over that we've witnessed over the years, and promising you that with this and that, we're going to give you food and whatnot. Just want to remind you that these are tactics that have been used for ages, since the days of the Roman Empire, over the years, throughout the medieval times, throughout colonial times, throughout history. So these tactics are not new, and they're just political strategies to keep you in perpetual poverty, and they are just praising them, those politicians, while they continue to hold strong that oppressive system that has kept us in the position that we are as Kenyans. And just to remind you that you only have yourself. Right now we are seeing realignments, and they're just going to change and change. We don't know a year from now in the election, we're getting towards the election, what political formations will be there. A year ago, me and you wouldn't, if I say that Raila and Ruto are going to end up together, you probably would have fought me, right? So we don't know what might happen a year from now. So I'm just encouraging you to focus on issues that affect us as Kenyans. Let's forget this politics of personalities and whatnot. Let's not allow them to polarize us against each other when they come with certain issues. And a question I want to leave with you in your minds is democracy a destination, or is it a journey?
No.
With that, I come to my conclusion. I'm not taking any more. I think I've closed. With that, I've come to the end of my show tonight. Earlier, we had Shadizo and everybody who's been here. Thank you. In the comment section, silent viewers, you all matter to me, to us. And before I close, I just want to remind you, the only support that I want from you is for you to hit that subscribe button. So if you've not subscribed to the channel, please do it now before I step out of the studio. Just press the subscribe button and like the video and share it out as usual. Okay, so as usual, it's Douglas. Nice to be with you here. Until next time, it's bye-bye for me.